Part 88. I'm Really Immortal. Author, Chulian Kuikan Rusiahua. Chapter 897. After Li Hongfang put on the tactical goggles with situational analysis, the mist and illusion of mirage had no effect on her. Just like the most powerful martial arts can only be defeated with one shot, many of the methods of ancient beasts have little effect today. Big effect. The mirage's special ability is fog and illusion. When all its special abilities are ineffective, its threat is greatly reduced. In many different worlds, the mirage's foggy environment is like a magician's magic. When the magic doesn't work, the magician is left with a weak body that cannot defend himself. At this time, he needs to be protected by warriors. Many early novels are like this, so said. If the protagonist comes to such a different world, he is usually a magician and a martial artist. Mirage is such a protagonist. Even if its foggy environment does not work, it actually still has a very powerful body. Lu Chang'an's understanding of mirages is not limited to legends. Many people hear legends, and even if they yearn for them, they will not look for the truth of the legends, because mortal life is too weak, time is too short, and there is no need to pay all the price for illusions. Do you know Dongfang Shuo? Lu Chang'an asked Li Hongfang. I know that there have always been some strange people in all dynasties. Dongfang Shuo is a strange person in the Han dynasty. Legend has it that he met an immortal. At least Li Hongfang is a collector of Song dynasty paintings on the surface, and he still knows some traditional historical and cultural knowledge. Moreover, he is a grave digger, so he may not have much interest in official history, but he knows more about folklore and unofficial history. China's history is too long, and there are too many things that official history will not record or record. Many interesting, wonderful, and even magnificent histories are hidden in the stories passed down orally. In the hidden notes of those who have experienced it, or in the painter's pen, or in the poet's obscure poems. It was in song paintings that Li Hongfang found the traces left by the Kyushu Fenglai sword sect, and now she collides with the real descendant of the Kyushu Fenglai sword section. This feeling of digging through history and feeling the inheritance that has lasted for thousands of years reveal its true face little by little. This is also one of the reasons why Li Hongfang strongly wants to join the Zhuzhu Fenglai sword sect. Time is like wind and rain. Li Hongfang held an umbrella and stood under the vast sky. Looking at the wind and rain in front of her, she suddenly found a rain line passing through the dark clouds and falling to the ground, but it never stopped, so she looked along the rain line. In the dark clouds, I saw the wind and rain thousands of years ago, the rich and prestigious Kyushu Fenglai sword sect. I met an immortal, haha. There is a book named 10 Continents written by him, which records that he followed his teacher to the mirage. Lu Chang'an recalled carefully, Dongfang Shuo and his teacher, going to the Mirage Sea is actually to kill the mirage in the Mirage Sea. Continuation Chapter 136. Dongfang Shuo and his teacher went to the Mirage Sea, but they couldn't see each other. It seemed that they were just two old unlucky guys. Now this mirage has come all the way from the legendary sea area and met the sect master, which is enough to show that the sect master has something. People with great luck, whom others would never see, come to see the sect master, Li Hongfang said proudly. You are the old hapless one. Li Hongfang was puzzled as to why the flattery hit the horse's leg. Could it be that his tone was too exaggerated? At this time, the fog gradually thickened, and Li Hongfang smelled a strange aroma in his nose. The aroma also had a faint smell of sea breeze. It was neither good nor bad, and he just felt dizzy. Li Hongfang quickly pressed against Lu Chang'an's hand. After touching his back and smelling his scent, he regained his energy and returned to normal. Oh! A sneer came from the mist. The voice was crisp and sweet, with a hint of girlish tenderness, like a goddess whispering softly, coming through the clouds. Li Hongfang couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Was this the sound of a mirage? It sounds so nice. The mist floated and dispersed in the valley, and the surrounding trees made a swishing sound, as if the sound of a snake passing through the grass was amplified countless times. There seemed to be some kind of black hole in front of them. The fog in front of Li Hongfang and Lu Chang'an was swallowed up in that direction, and the overlapping forest illusion returned to normal. Li Hongfang was sensitively aware that the mirage might reveal its true form, and quickly let the armor concentrated on the upper body of the chest and abdomen cover the whole body in a thinner posture. At this time, he did not care about beauty and turned into Detective Kailan, the image of the man in black. Although it was not in the perfect state of the full suit of armor, Li Hongfang still felt a lot more relieved. Even if he was swallowed by a mirage, he could still hold on until the sect leader came to save him. When Li Hongfang came back to his senses, he felt a dazzling silver light in front of his eyes. At a glance, he saw a huge white dragon hovering in the valley, with its head stretched out, and two eyes shining like the bright moon, very close at hand, reflecting Li Hongfang's eyes. Fang and Lu Chang'an. Dragon, dragon. Li Hongfang's teeth trembled. In the story about Ye Gong's love for dragons, when the dragon pokes its head in from the window, this is probably how Ye Gong felt at that time, right? Li Hongfang instantly had a new understanding of the idiom Ye Gong loves dragons. This idiom should not be ironic at all. Who can not be afraid? The giant dragon hovering in the valley in front of me may be more than 1 kilometer long with its stretched body. The dragon's scales are exuding silver light. The dragon's head is shaking slightly, and the vigorous breath is released as it swallows clouds and mist. The elegant and coercive aura makes people want to sacrifice their bodies to it. It turns out that the mirage is really not a sea clam, but a dragon. HD toddler, how could a dragon be so ugly as a snake and an insect? You look like a ball of silver shit dropped by the moon into the valley, Lu Chang'an sneered. No. As expected, of the sect master, even the metaphors related to defecation are so elegant. Li Hongfang said cautiously, but did not forget his own job. Shut up. Yes, yes. The mirage in front of him seemed surprised. The other party could see through that he was a disguised dragon? Mists and illusions, even its invincible illusion, are ineffective in front of the opponent. The body of the silver dragon was like moonlight turning into fireflies, dispersing little by little and disappearing into the night. Only the huge dragon head was left stretched out in front of Lu Chang'an. Then the dragon's eyes shining like moonlight were extinguished, and a woman in white disappeared from the silver. Landing in the light, they stood in front of Lu Chang'an and Li Hongfang. What a beauty! Li Hongfang couldn't help but leave Lu Chang'an's back and was shocked by the beauty of the woman in white in front of him. Li Hongfang has never seen such a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Li Hongfang thinks that women like Qin Yanan, Shang Guandandan, and Nuan, and Sunangxiu are extremely beautiful. In terms of beauty, they are no less beautiful than the woman in white in front of him. However, they are all people in real life, and they are not covered with hair. Light. The woman in white in front of her seemed to have come from a fairyland, surrounded by a light that did not belong to the human world. Her whole body was filled with an otherworldly temperament, as if a goddess had descended. Li Hongfang's eyes were dull, his soul was captured by her beauty, and he just stared into the eyes of the woman in white. Arrogant human being, how do you know that Dongfang Su and his teacher went to Mirage more than 2,000 years ago to kill Mirage? The woman in white stared at Lu Chang'an coldly. Because I am his teacher. After Lu Chang'an finished speaking, his figure was like a shadow that shattered the moonlight, and the power pouring out was like the stars in the sky. No matter how dazzling the moonlight was, it was just an illusory reflection in front of the stars. Lu Chang'an's palm was printed on the chest of the woman in white. And then with a gentle squeeze, the chest exploded, and a heart carved from white jade instantly shattered in his hand. The woman in white looked down at her chest, horrified, raised her hands in disbelief, and then fell to the ground. I said I would kill you 2,000 years ago, but it is not too late now. Lu Chang'an flicked his fingers and then stretched his hand in front of Li Hongfang. Li Hongfang was stunned. Seeing the woman in white with her chest bursting on the ground, she felt as if she had woken up from a dream. She shook her head, pulled up the hem of her cheongsam, and wiped Lu Chang'an's hands. "Master, it's good to have you. She seemed to have used an illusion on me just now." I stood there, feeling both awake and in a dream. Li Hongfang let out a long breath. For her, what was more terrifying was that her mental state was controlled. As for the woman in white in front of her, her chest exploded and her heart was broken. It was nothing. The master of the door was more bloody than this, and Li Hongfang was used to it. Mirage is a man of many evil deeds. He not only takes pleasure in killing sailors, shippers, and merchants in illusions, but also forces fishermen to sacrifice boys and girls. During the reign of Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty, Dongfang Su and his teacher went to the Mirage Sea, firstly to eliminate evil, and secondly to find the Mirage. Fairy Island, the Mirage is the only way to go. If you don't get rid of the Mirage, you can't find the Fairy Island at all, Lu Chang'an recalled, but the Mirage is extremely cunning, and its power is greatly increased at sea, and the illusion effect is 100 times more powerful than in this valley. Lu Chang'an recalled the information revealed by Zhu Yan. When the natural punishment came, the alien beasts gathered on the island of Mirage Sea. These alien beasts entered the caves on the island, but the Mirage did not enter for some reason and escaped the natural punishment. Since then, it has been entrenched in its own territory, which can be regarded as guarding those sleeping alien beasts, while killing people and capturing boys and girls for fun. Now that the gate of the island was opened and the alien beasts ran out, there was no need for the Mirage to stay there anymore. It followed them to Junsha, but still took up the job of covering up. What worries Lu Chang'an now is that with Mirage's strength and seniority, and after so many years of hard work, he is still willing to do the job of covering up. Then it is very likely that the most precious treasure of the alien beasts is hidden in this air raid shelter. Or there is a powerful leader at the level of Nuwa, making Mirage willing to continue to be the guardian. This is justice from heaven. Even if the crime was committed 2,000 years ago, you, the sect master, will uphold justice. Li Hongfang finished wiping Lu Chang'an's fingers, raised his buttocks slightly, pulled down the hem of the cheongsam, and pointed at the body of the woman in white, saying, "Do you want me to go back and get a clay pot to put it in? Or should I let the beasts take care of it themselves?" Lu Chang'an shook his head, called Zhongqing, and asked her to find someone to send the Mirage to the underground base of Xiang University. It has been rebuilt and is just right for Lu Chang'an to practice his skills. It has a laboratory and experimental subjects. Very nice. I'm really immortal. Author, Chu Lian Kui Kan Ru Xiahua. Chapter 898. Zhongqing answered the phone and heard Lu Chang'an say it was a special creature, so he sent a group of people with a special helicopter painted with medical symbols to pick it up. Zhongqing should have handled this kind of matter personally, but now there is no way. Zhu Huntang is struggling to his death, resisting in various ways, just like the ugly army fleeing in Afghanistan, anxious like a lost dog, but he still doesn't forget to destroy others' mentality. Zhongqing must appease Zhu Huntang and accompany him personally. Others are not enough to watch. Only Zhongqing can ask Mrs. Zhu San to suppress Zhu Huntang at any time. The underground base of Xiangda University was very close to the Lushan Valley. Soon Lu Chang'an and Li Hongfang heard the sound of the helicopter, and then looked up and saw shadows and lights in the sky. There were no conditions for a helicopter to land in the valley. After hovering, a tall man jumped down, glanced at Lu Chang'an and Li Hongfang, nodded slightly, and then threw a bag to the ground. Lu Chang'an knew this man and had met him twice. The first time was at the comic exhibition, when Zhu Huntang led a group of men in black to dance with Bai Hui. In the end, each of the men in black held a doll and followed the majestic Zhu Huntang. This man was among them. 1. The second time was at the comic exhibition. That time Zhu Huntang used the alpaca skill to puff towards Lu Chang'an, and finally sent a group of men in black to try to stop Lu Chang'an. Their leader was named Gao Xiao, who was the man in front of him. Keep it fresh naturally, Gao Xiao didn't recognize Lu Chang'an. He just received an order to do something. Lu Chang'an saw him opening the bag to load people, looking like he often handled corpses, so he still reminded him. Don't worry, this is a high-tech transfer bag with nearly 100% stasis function, which means that no matter how fresh it is inside, it will still be the same when it comes out, Gao Xiao said with a smile on his face. He could tell at a glance that the physical strength of the corpse on the ground was extraordinary, and the injury that penetrated the chest was undoubtedly caused by the person in front of him. Are you from ugly China? Li Hongfang asked curiously. Those who look like Chinese and speak Chinese may not necessarily be Chinese. Gao Xiao frowned, feeling insulted. You are an ugly person, and your whole family is an ugly person, hey, Zhao Yazi? The ugly people are very good at packing dead people and putting them in body bags, just like they are good at repairing cars. Labor is very expensive over there. Li Hongfang explained why he asked this question. I'm not. Gao Xiao shook his head, and then pressed a button at the bottom of the bag. The entire bag tightened like a vacuum compression bag. He hung the bag on the hook lock hanging from the helicopter, then climbed up the hanging ladder and followed the straight line. The plane flew away. Lu Chang'an withdrew his gaze from watching the helicopter fly away and said to Li Hongfang, where did you learn this weird ability of yours? I try to learn from you, sect master, in all aspects of my words and deeds. But many times, the unique temperament of a person's words and deeds is based on strength. But because I don't have your strength, sect master, but I tried to imitate you, so I looked weird. Li Hongfang explained with shame. This is indeed the truth. Lu Chang'an hooked his fingers and motioned for her to follow and continue walking forward. Although the traces of the road were not clear due to the inaccessibility of people, without the obstruction of the mirage, Lu Chang'an and Li Hongfang soon saw the entrance of the air raid shelter covered by vines under a cliff. Judging from the amount of trampling around, alien beasts have been coming in and out frequently recently. There was a heavy iron door at the entrance. Lu Chang'an gently opened it, only to see the darkness inside. A cool breeze blew out, carrying a sound like an abyss. Zalin's whistling sound made Li Hongfang feel familiar and creepy. Ordinary tombs would not scare Li Hongfang, but the air raid shelter in front of her reminded her of the time when she followed Lu Chang'an's instructions to find along the river during the Qingming festival and got stained by something unclean. Fortunately, she came with the sect master today, so there was no actual danger, but she was just a little scared. She touched the small tube on her waist. There was a pin on the small tube that could be hung on her waist. If she could also insert it on the door owner's waist like a pendant, would it be completely safe? Li Hongfang blushed and pulled at the back of Lu Chang'an's clothes. Li Hongfang was wearing tactical goggles, and the darkness did not hinder her movements. Lu Chang'an did not need a light, so he walked inside in the dark. He didn't go far before he felt the temperature inside drop suddenly. Many caves are warm in winter and cool in summer. After the air raid shelters in some places lost their defense purposes, they were converted into venues with various functions and were deeply loved by the general public. Lu Chang'an remembered that he had been to the capital of Dongji province a long time ago, and the people there. The underground commercial street at the intersection of Main Street and Chongqing Road was renovated from air raid shelters. It was extremely large and once prosperous. Logically speaking, in this season, it shouldn't be so cold in the air raid shelter, and there is a chill in your breath. There seemed to be water droplets falling from the top in the distance, dripping. His feet were also wet and felt slippery. Lu Chang'an took out his cell phone and took a look. Sure enough, there was no signal. Suddenly feeling something caressing his cheek, Lu Chang'an turned around and found that it was Li Hongfang who had unfurled the flag of Zhuzhu Fenglai sword sect. I found that you started too quickly. I was afraid that if you met the enemy, you would kill them before you could wave the flag, Li Hongfang said. The situation just now was that in front of a legendary creature like a mirage, waving the flag of the 9 provinces Fenglay sword sect was so majestic and handsome, but the sect owner killed it as soon as it came face to face. On the contrary, the last time we met that Zhu Niao, the sect master had spent a lot of effort to intimidate it. It seemed that the sect master's strategy was to let the small ones go and suppress the big ones. Since all the mirages have been killed, there must be a bigger one in the air raid shelter, and they must not escape death. Li Hongfang must show the flag as soon as possible. Women always like to care about messy things, and Li Hongfang is no exception. Lu Chang'an remembered that what Professor Lu and Professor Ling couldn't wait to do after they became young girls was to go to an internet cafe all night long. The two of them walked for who knows how long, going around in the passage, going up and down, and stopped in front of a huge cement pit that looked like a water tank. Lu Chang'an patted Li Hongfang's face with his backhand. The temperature has returned to normal, something is wrong. If you touch your face, you will no longer feel the cold feeling you get after staying in a low-temperature environment for a long time. Li Hongfang quickly took Lu Chang'an's hand and touched her thigh, and said out of strictness, "Master, I tend to be shy, so sometimes my cheeks feel warm. The skin in other parts of the body can better reflect the true body temperature. Different from the impression of many people, the skin on a woman's outer thighs is not actually a naturally delicate part of her body. Unless she takes special care of it, Li Hongfang feels that her body's vitality has been drained after the disaster, and she has been paying great attention to taking care of her body. I have not neglected my skin care. I recently got a VIP card for the hotel spa service, so I can go there whenever I have nothing to do. Now I am more confident that my rough skin will not affect the touch of the owner." Really, Lu Chang'an has been teased and harassed a lot recently, and he is very comfortable with Li Hongfang's little tricks. He smiled softly, "But how does this plush thing reflect the real body temperature?" Li Hongfang was stunned for a moment, then touched her thigh in confusion, and suddenly let out a lung-breaking scream. There seemed to be a thick layer of hair on her thigh. Li Hongfang hurriedly scratched all over her body, and then confirmed with lingering fear that hair had only grown on part of her thigh, where she had just grabbed Lu Chang'an's hand. "Master," Li Hongfang understood that this was the master's dissatisfaction with her for teasing him, so he had to beg for mercy miserably. Lu Chang'an pulled out part of the life force that had seeped into the skin of her thighs, and her skin hair follicles returned to normal. The extremely lush hair that had just grown due to excessive life force activation also fell down, and her skin became smooth and delicate again. If there is anyone in this air raid shelter, their eardrums will be pierced by the scream you just made. Lu Chang'an looked around and said, "In such a cave, suddenly heard such a scream, not to mention the eardrums were pierced, and the heart was damaged. It's possible to be so frightened that you stop jumping. Master, I may be about to ovulate, and my physiology affects my psychology, causing me to behave inappropriately," Li Hongfang thought to himself. Yeah, Lu Chang'an was also sure of this. The smell between animals can actually convey a lot of information. Humans are animals too. Although language communication is more direct and effective, human beings have evolved to be more civilized after all, especially when it comes to the process of connecting people. This behavior has given too many things other than reproduction, so it is not so straightforward in many cases. The expression of writing, the change of voice, and even the temptation of smell are all used in it. Women's perfume can express many meanings, and in front of Lu Chang'an's nose, he can see through their perfume and other cosmetics, shampoo, shower gel, etc. Wait for the fragrance to be released and smell the most essential information emitted by their body odor. Of course, most of the time, he can ignore or even suppress his ability to receive information. However, in an environment like an air raid shelter, his various sensing abilities are naturally slightly amplified when dealing with sudden alien beasts. Daily ability suppression is necessary, otherwise when walking on the street, the information interpreted from various smells is that this woman is menopausal, this woman just came here, her aunt did not bring a sanitary napkin, that man just came out and so on. Is it disgusting? Smell and sound are the most common sources of information that need to be filtered. Just like many superheroes in movies who can hear other people's voices, they need some kind of device to suppress their abilities, otherwise it will cause all kinds of pain. But the feel, is it okay? Li Hongfang couldn't help but ask. She used Zhou Shuling as a reference for comparison. Since the sect owner has an affair with Zhou Shuling, it means that as long as the body and skin reach Zhou Shuling's level, he can basically penetrate him. I standard. We are performing a task, can you be more professional? Lu Chang'an was too lazy to answer this question. The skin is the largest organ in the human body. Its main functions are protection, sensation, secretion, excretion, and respiration, etc. Does it feel good to the touch? This is simply an insult to its extraordinary ability and incomparable importance, and a shallow view. If a woman asks a question like this and doesn't want to answer truthfully, she can reply like this while showing off her knowledge and sense of humor. Yes. Hey, there seems to be some sound. Li Hongfang touched his ears and then remembered that he only wore part of the armor today. Many functional modules could not function, and he did not have the ability to analyze sounds. An ordinary person is rushing towards us. He must have heard your scream just now. Why ordinary people? Footsteps, breathing. Lu Chang'an was talking to Li Hongfang when the ordinary person's voice came, is there anyone there? Lu Chang'an signaled, and Li Hongfang waved the flag and shouted, yes, come here. At this time, white light came from a passage in the corner. Lu Chang'an glanced at it and saw Ma Benwei running over panting. Weren't you arrested? Lu Chang'an looked at Ma Benwei doubtfully, who had no arms or legs, but his clothes and pants were a little dirty. Ma Benwei used the flashlight of his mobile phone as a flashlight, but did not shine directly at Lu Chang'an and Li Hongfang. He panted and ran closer, and then he could barely see clearly the faces of Lu Chang'an and Li Hongfang, and they did not recognize them at all. How did you know I was caught? Ma Benwei asked doubtfully. The sect master asked you something, but you didn't answer and you still dared to ask the question. Li Hongfang kicked Ma Benwei without hesitation. Ma Benwei almost missed the kick and fell into the cement pit. Ma Benwei was in pain and was very angry. Why did this woman have so much strength? Forget it, today was unlucky enough. I just hoped that I could escape smoothly. When faced with the question, have you been arrested, his reaction was not wrong. This woman is really unreasonable. Ma Benwei touched his leg and said, yes, I was arrested. There were 2 other people arrested with me. Our captors knew you were coming and sent me to deliver a message. Generally, those who are sent to deliver messages are of little value and have the lowest status. Li Hongfang nodded to express his discovery of Ma Benwei's status and value. Ma Benwei gritted his teeth, feeling numb. He stared suddenly, huh, Zhao Yazi? Lu Chang'an stretched out his hand. Ma Benwei turned off the flash of his phone, opened a video, and handed the phone to Lu Chang'an. Thanks to boss Ning for generously awarding 100,000 starting coins. The boss is generous and blessed. I wish the boss immortality and eternal life. Currently I owe 2 chapters worth 10,000 words, and I should write them out as soon as possible. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. I'm really immortal. Author, Chulian Kui Kan Ru Xiahua. Chapter 899. The video was recorded by Xiao Kaiming. The general idea was that they were targeting the Tesla Biological Research Institute and wanted to talk to the person behind the Tesla Biological Research Institute. It had nothing to do with the Kyushu Fenglai sword sect. Out of respect for the strength of the Zhu Fenglai sword sect, Xiao Kaiming, on behalf of the Protoss, gave up the responsibility of pursuing the Zhu Fenglai sword sect for hunting and killing mirages. In exchange, the Protoss would release Jin Xiaomei and Guan Yuan, and hoped that the Zhu Fenglai sword sect would no longer interfere with the actions of the Protoss. But, they are obviously a bunch of trembling trash who are frightened by our Zhu Fenglai sword sect, but they dare to say that they will give up on pursuing responsibility. Li Hongfang waved the flag in his hand and said, "Master, that mirage is so beautiful, there should be beautiful others. We should capture the men as slaves to enhance the strength of our sect, and send the women into the entertainment industry to make money, and at the same time use their lust to corrupt and control the powerful, making our Kyushu Fenglai sword sect heavy return to the top. The first step is to kill the boss of Shonen. Are you the sect leader or am I the sect leader?" Lu Chang'an said to Li Hongfang, who had no clue. She originally proposed to kill all the men and capture the women to serve the sect leader, but Lu Chang'an rejected it. "I changed my mind. If she were left to worry about the development path of Zhu Fenglai sword sect, it wouldn't be long before Kyushu Fenglai sword sect would become an illegal organization that the state would send military and police to ban. Many people underestimate the power of the country, or are simply too stupid, and expect to change the world through infiltration. But in fact, smart people who have experienced the 1990s know that this is simply impossible." At that time, Professor Lu Jianxi could meet many people who practiced Qigong on the university campus. Suddenly, for a few days, the TV station began to continuously broadcast news that this kind of Qigong practice organization was illegal, criminal, and reactionary, and decided to ban it. That's it. There is also the current cyber army and various forces on Frog Island, which are really useless except for disgusting people. Lu Chang'an didn't want to have too much trouble. As long as he was around, his Kyushu Fenglai sword sect could be passed on forever. There was no need to develop it to the point of having a strong influence. Li Hongfang's ideas were all bad. I am your little maid." Li Hongfang originally wanted to say that she was his bitch, but there was an outsider standing next to her, let alone a maid, full of little hints of getting what she wanted, just like a little girl. Maid and so on, inadvertently make people want to move. Ma Benwei was stunned for a moment. The younger version of White Snake is a maid? Then even if I switch with Su Xian, I won't do it, but Su Xian still has Xiaoqing and Fa Hai who can do it, which is really embarrassing. Ma Benwei's mission has been completed. As Lu Chang'an said, he is basically worthless to those people. He does not need to worry about what danger he will encounter. He originally thought it was just a long-planned kidnapping case, but after listening to the two things in front of him, the conversation just now seemed to have too many elements. They actually know about the Tesla Biological Research Institute. It seems that the person who provided them with information is also Japanese. Lu Chang'an said with certainty. Unlike super beings like Avrona who have been wandering in the human world, they call themselves gods. It's not long since the alien beasts came to the modern world. How do you know about the Tesla Biological Research Institute? The various biological research institutes and medical centers set up by Tesla all have formal facilities as a cover, but they only secretly conduct some research and technical practices that transcend modern technology. This is not a completely unknown secret in the human world. It is not impossible to even say that the Japanese have infiltrated some of Tesla's institutions. Now Tesla is suppressed under thousands of meters of ice. The second-in-command Sumei and the third-in-command MRS Karnstein are both in the Antarctic. There was something wrong with their institutions, and then people noticed that Tesla's current power gave people an opportunity to take advantage of it. So these strange beasts were used to test or deal with the Tesla Biological Research Center. Master, I suggest that next time we kill the Japanese, we use a tank in the cesspit to do it, Li Hongfang said with disgust. Li Hongfang used to often go to the countryside, who would dig graves and hunt for treasures in the city except for Li Jiama's kind of resources. Many toilets in rural areas just dig a hole in the ground, put a tank in it to prevent leakage, and then build a small house on top. When it is almost full, some of the toilets are picked out, and the vegetables are poured and fertilized, forming a simple cycle. Then go dig a tank like that and let you operate the whole process. Lu Chang'an was well informed, and of course he knew what she was talking about. Li Hongfang shut up and stepped back. She was just a little maid hiding in the dark, not wanting to be discovered, and she didn't want to dig a manure tank. You two, can you tell me what happened to me? Li Hongfang's next time startled Ma Benwei. This means that they did it more than once. Ma Benwei believed that Guan Yuan must have been involved in human life in Brazil, but when he returned to Junxia, he even cleaned up his friend's circle and chat history, plus they were acquaintances. Even Ma Benwei didn't think Guan Yuan was scary. But the two people in front of them are different. The kidnapping group knew that the Kyushu Fenglai Jianman in front of them was interfering, so they sent a video and prepared to run away. These two people always talk about killing people, how can they not be afraid? Just like many criminals who are unwilling to reveal their true colors and will kill and silence them once they are exposed, are these two people talking about these murderous plans in front of Ma Benwei because after he leads the way, one of them will die. As expected, it was not easy to lead the way. Ma Benwei looked sadly at his mobile phone, which had no signal. He did not even have the chance to broadcast a live broadcast to say goodbye to his water friends before he died. It's nothing to do with you. Of course Lu Chang'an would not kill Ma Benwei. He was kind at heart and was not a bloodthirsty person. Ma Benwei felt uneasy and looked back at Li Hongfang. Although the old man seemed to be in charge, he doted on this little maid in his words. And this young woman who looked like Zhao Yazi was very ferocious, and her words and deeds revealed her fierceness. Bandit feeling. When he turned around, the light of his cell phone naturally shone on Li Hongfang. Li Hongfang kicked him without hesitation. Damn it, this little maid has to hide in the dark to avoid being chased by the master to dig a manure tank. You and take a picture of the little maid? Lu Chang'an watched Li Hongfang kicking people, and he also had a position for her. Li Hongfang would definitely not be able to be at the top. She would become a tycoon at most, and not many tycoons would end well, but she would definitely have no problem in admonishing the people under her. For example, leading a small team to dig a grave. Even people like Li Jiama recognized her ability and were willing to let her preside over the excavation of Hai Hanyu No. 2 tomb. Something seems wrong. How to dig Ho Hai Hun's tomb and who will dig it? Shouldn't it be decided by yourself? Lu Chang'an reflected for a moment and found that he was not as good as Li Hongfang in some places. For example, he was kind-hearted, loving, and peaceful, and always amiable. He might not be able to shamelessly train people when leading a small team. He was still more suitable to take charge of the overall situation and have a commanding position. Guidance work. Because they did not intend to kill Ma Benwei, Lu Chang'an and Li Hongfang did not communicate in depth. Under the leadership of Ma Benwei, they soon arrived at an open square room. There was a power bank with a flashlight function placed on the slightly moist ground. A small mouse-like thing was hanging in the upper right corner. When someone came in, it got into the thin hole without looking back. There are thick and solid steel pipes on the wall, and there is a motor with a sense of age in the corner. The nameplate is marked with the year of production and the name of the quality inspector, and there is also a red 5-pointed star that is still bright and full in color. Guan Yuan and Jin Xiaomei were tied to steel pipes separately. Guan Yuan was tied tightly with finger-thick iron chains, but Jin Xiaomei was tied only with ordinary ropes. Both of them were unconscious. Lu Chang'an broke the chains and ropes and patted their cheeks. Guan Yuan and Jin Xiaomei woke up at the same time. Jin Xiaomei was still a little confused, but Guan Yuan's eyes flashed, and he retreated, leaning against the corner, with his hands in front of him, one foot against the cement wall, and the other slightly bent forward, looking at him warily. Looking in front of him, the muscles all over his body were tense, like a cheetah waiting for an opportunity to move. "Brother Guan, come on, it's all flashy and useless," Ma Benwei couldn't help but said after seeing Guan Yuan's operation. "What's going on?" Guan Yuan said with a gloomy face, slightly embarrassed. Jin Xiaomei felt around her body and pressed her palms under her lower abdomen. She felt nothing was abnormal. Then she breathed a sigh of relief and took out her mobile phone. When she saw that there was no signal, her eyes turned around on other people's faces. "I'm here to help your boss save people. My mission has been completed. You can disperse on your own," Lu Chang'an said and continued to walk into the air raid shelter. Li Hongfang quickly waved the flag to remind the three people in front of him to remember the reputation of the Zhuzhu Fenglai sword sect, and then followed Lu Chang'an's back and left. Jin Xiaomei went to get the power bank. It belonged to Ma Benwei. As an anchor, he always carries a large capacity power bank with him. Ma Benwei's power bank has a high power of 200 W, supports 120 W fast charging, and has a capacity of 25,000 mAh. He plugged his phone into the charging cable and watched the charging sign light up, feeling his anxiety go away. "Let's go quickly. I also made an appointment with my classmates to have supper together," Guan Yuan said depressedly. "We were tricked today. How do you think we believed that there was a fun bar and secret room here, and followed them all the way without any suspicion?" Ma Benwei said incredulously. Jin Xiaomei pressed her head. She still felt a little dizzy. It must be Xiao Kaiming's fault. He was always talking about it. Maybe he used some illusion or drug. Mostly, I have encountered this kind of evil way in Brazil, but it is not so powerful. It leads people to it unknowingly. To be honest, I only remember walking in here, but when I lost consciousness, I was confused. I'm confused and can't be sure." Guan Yuan took 2 steps and looked back at the chains and ropes inside. "The iron chain is tied to you, Brother Guan. Obviously they are extremely afraid of you, Brother Guan. The rope is tied to Miss Jin," Ma Benwei explained. Although Ma Benwei just blurted out that Guan Yuan was a nonsense, he knew that now Guan Yuan could punch him into the wall and not be able to dig him out. "How did it break?" "That old man just now broke the chain when he pulled it." Ma Benwei shook his head and sighed in disbelief. "I feel like my college education was in vain. Is this what a human can do?" Guan Yuan walked over and picked up the iron chain, holding one end with one hand, and then started to pull it out with both arms. The muscles on his arms bulged, and the links on the iron chain were pulled apart, leaving traces of cracks. "Miss Jin, please step back." Ma Benwei quickly pulled Jin Xiaomei back a little, and stood in front of Jin Xiaomei, looking around. If this thing broke out into a hoop and flew out, it would be very painful to hit someone. Guan Yuan gritted his teeth and pulled, finally breaking the chain. Panting, he put down the chain in his hand and said in frustration, "The old man must be very strong just now. No wonder the boss asked him to take action." "Brother Guan, you are also very powerful." Guan Yuan's status in Ma Benwei's heart has improved a bit. It would be great if he could be asked to perform the kung fu he just performed during the live broadcast. As he said this, Guan Yuan turned on his mobile phone again. The video was shown to Guan Yuan. Zhuzhu Fenglai sword section. These people dared to target the Tesla Biological Research Center, but after seeing the people from Zhuzhu Fenglai sword sect intervene, they left the scene with anger and ran away. Guan Yuan thought back to the old man's comeback just now, and couldn't help but wonder which one was more powerful, him or Lu Chang'an. Lu Chang'an and Li Hongfang walked in the air raid shelter for a while, and then found another place where the exit was originally, but it was sealed by cement. Lu Chang'an reached out and pressed it, and the entire cement seal fell down. In addition to the collapse of heavy objects, there were screams one after another. There is actually a women's bathroom outside. I don't know if hot water is provided for free today or there are some activities. There are at least 30 or 40 female bodies with fat and thin bodies in the steaming bathroom. Lu Chang'an walked out calmly. Li Hongfang followed him, quickly put away the flag of Zhu Fenglai sword sect, and then hurriedly left the bathroom. He only heard bursts of screams and curses from behind. He couldn't help but secretly rejoice that today the sect master decided to change his mind. Wrong is so wise and powerful. Bathrooms with such pure functions are becoming increasingly rare, Lu Chang'an lamented. He remembered that such large bathrooms were relatively common in the past. However, with the development of the times and the advancement of material civilization, the number of bathrooms on the streets and alleys has become more and more rare. It is rare to see a bathhouse that simply provides hot water for bathing, and at most a back rub service. Bathrooms and the like. The bathing culture in the north is actually very common in the south. There are many bathing centers with strong social functions in Juncha. Lu Chang'an turned back to Li Hongfang and said, "Can you rub your back?" Li Hongfang admired the door owner's calmness. In his eyes, the 30 or 40 women in the bathroom just now were completely illusions. Real sex is the realm of emptiness. The most important thing is that the door owner is actually a womanizer, but the word color is very flexible. I can, Li Hongfang nodded repeatedly. Even if she couldn't, she still had to say yes. What's more, if she had the opportunity to rub the sect leader's back, would it still matter if she would? There are also some hot spring pools around Juncha. Let's go together if we have the chance. Lu Chang'an was a little nostalgic. In fact, Zhu Fenglai Jianmen occupied many hot springs in the past. Taking the disciples to soak in the hot springs together also enhanced the relationship between the disciples and checked the health of the disciples. What a good time to stay in shape. There is a hot spring pool at Qinyanen's place. If she no longer mind the embarrassing incident of Lu Chang'an pushing the door open and bumping into it, she can take a dip together in swimming trunks, which can also enhance the relationship between brother and sister. In fact, just tonight, I can chat with Yan Hui, help her recuperate and take care of her body, and then soak in the hot springs with Qinyanen to relax her. It is not a problem to pretend to be a pregnant woman all day long. I got my second shot of the vaccine today, and I will definitely update a chapter with 10,000 words tomorrow, and I can't live stream licking a cat's butt. I'm really immortal. Author, Chu Lian Kui Kan Ru Xiahua. Chapter 900. Li Hongfang checked with her mobile phone. Most of the hot spring pools around Juncha are in Ningxiang. In addition to countless high-quality hot springs, there are also some scenic spots, such as the 99.19-meter-high 1,000-hand Guanyin Inmayan Temple and many Taiwanese tourist attractions. When islanders come to Juncha, they like to go there and pay homage. There are also hotels with hot spring pools in Juncha City, such as a Chinese-style hot spring hotel in Tongguanyeo. A one-bedroom courtyard villa with a private hot spring pool only costs more than 1,000, which is very cost-effective. It is not necessary to stay in the city center when visiting Juncha. Internet celebrity Skyline Hotel. Master, we can organize a team-building activity for the Zhu Fenglai sword sect, where everyone can soak in the hot springs together. At the same time, Master, you can set up various awards to encourage everyone to actively participate. Li Hongfang quickly came up with an idea. Lu Chang'an was thinking about the scene of the warm pond meat forest at Zhu Fenglai sword gate in the past. Li Hongfang was like the roundworm in his stomach and immediately gave in to him. Not only did Lu Chang'an nod his head and praised Li Hongfang's astuteness, tell me, what is the establishment, project? Beauty pageant. The champion is the title of Kyushu Fenglai Jianmen Beauty. Best Figure Award, Most Beautiful Breast Award, Longest Legs Award, Best Butt Shape Award, and so on. Li Hongfang thought that the awards should be broken down a little bit, and try to let everyone win awards, and you should be competitive in awards such as the most toned legs, the most tempting butt, etc. This is the tradition of the 9 provinces Fenglai sword section. The main reason is that now the population is not prosperous, So there are not many people suitable to participate, pregnant women, birds, sheep, dogs, children, and other creatures, who wants to see them participate in the beauty pageant. Currently, only Li Hongfang is suitable to participate, so all awards will be awarded to her. Wait until there are more people, the best flattery award will be awarded to you first, Lu Chang'an said. The two of them had arrived at the spot where Li Hongfang originally parked his car. Li Hongfang opened the car door and stepped on the foot pedal that was half a meter high. He moved his waist forward and straightened his back, making his back look particularly curvy. He pulled the back hem of the cheongsam with his fingers and gave Lu Chang'an a wink before sitting in the cab. Lu Chang'an really thought that she would take off the armor on her buttocks and show him a heart shape. After all, her so-called safety pants are just armor. Who knows if she wears anything else underneath? It is still an indecent act to keep lights on in the streets and alleys in the dark. She did this action because she was obviously dissatisfied with the Best Flattery Award, meaning she wanted to compete for the Best Butt Shape Award. It was unique, but if it was the best, the elders in the sect might make her feel a lot of pressure. However, this kind of Mercedes-Benz G-Class modified car is really not suitable for ordinary women to drive. It is difficult to climb up and down without long legs. Lu Chang'an sat in the back and went back to the hotel where she was staying with Li Hongfang first. He would go to Lushan a little later. Now Dianyan Hui and Qin Yanan were probably chatting and eating supper together. There were many things that the three of them could not do together. Right? We are all people with relatively conservative and traditional ideas. For example, when the teacher talks and calls students to the office, he usually calls them one by one. That's what it means. I remember you said before that after the new store opens, you will live upstairs and convert the third floor into a living area. Lu Chang'an followed Li Hongfang into the hotel room. Yes, I plan to build a fully equipped kitchen. Li Hongfang still remembered that the last time the owner caught a fish and cooked it at the place he shared with others, he actually boasted that there were conditions for cooking there. Later, the owner had to take the fish away. If you build a good kitchen yourself, and if something like this happens again, you can let the owner show off your skills, instead of making the plastic cutting board bounce up half a meter high with just one cut. That's good. Lu Chang'an originally wanted to give such a suggestion. Li Hongfang turned on the TV, tuned to the news program, then got a bottle of orange juice for Lu Chang'an, bent down to help him take off his shoes. Let me help you dry your shoes and socks. There seemed to be water in the air raid shelter just now. Lu Chang'an nodded. The shoes were prepared by Qin Yanan. He did not pursue luxury goods, but the shoes prepared by Qin Yanan were indeed exquisitely made and made of fine leather. They would inevitably be deformed and damaged after being soaked in water for a long time, so it was a good idea to blow on them. Li Hongfang helped him take off his shoes, dragging his heels with her hands. She felt that the man's bones were thick and strong, heavy, and felt like pressure, filling her hand sockets. The slightly amplified smell of wet leather was not unpleasant. The socks that are slightly cool to the touch even have a peculiar smell that makes you want to smell them carefully. The socks were also taken off, and the palms of his hands touched the skin of his heels and insteps. Li Hongfang looked at the lines on the hamstrings and skin, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. He didn't make any abrupt movements, just took the shoes and socks to change clothes. After entering the room, I sniffed it wildly and found that the door owner was really a male who exuded endless charm. Lu Chang'an drank orange juice and listened to the news. At the same time, he looked at the messages on his phone and found Zhu Huntang's message. He frowned before seeing the content. I know, you have controlled my mother, and she has become your bitch. Seeing this message, Lu Chang'an felt that his blood was running faster. If it were an ordinary person, this would be the so-called increase in blood pressure, right? Zhu Huntang was obedient and cautious in front of her, but he dared to scold her behind her back. Wasn't she afraid that Lu Chang'an would forward this message to her mother? I have decided not to admit that you are my stepfather. Such a cruel and vicious stepfather is not conducive to the growth of the little fairy. It will only transform the innocent, kind, lively, and lovely little fairy into a Yanjinzer who knows nothing except studying. Number. Humph, I took Yanjinzer away, and I'm not here either. You usually don't have beautiful women to watch in class. I also took Baihui away, so you don't have anything to play with. Even Zhongqing wants to follow me, and you also, there's no more little vixen to serve. You can look up at Nanshan Mountain alone in Junxia, eagerly looking forward to my return, but, I just want to run on the green grassland, moving forward indomitably, pursuing freedom. There was a bunch of information below, but Lu Chang'an didn't read it and deleted the entire conversation. After rubbing his temples and controlling his emotions with this meaningless action, Lu Chang'an looked at An Nuan's message again, saying that the volleyball team was training today, and the Muay Thai club was here to maintain order, and kicked out all the onlookers, and then they all bowed to An Nuan and called sister-in-law, and An Nuan asked what was going on. Lu Chang'an told An Nuan everything about how Jin Ho called Niu Bang to cause trouble. As for the matter of rubbing people, forget about it. An Nuan is a little white flower, not an elite tomb robber like Li Hongfang. At this time, Li Hongfang walked out of the cloakroom with flushed cheeks. The hot air from drying shoes probably blew onto her face. Her hair was a little messy and stuck to her cheeks. Her neck and earlobes were moist with sweat. Lu Chang'an has returned to the state of an ordinary person. The information filtering for smell and sound is turned on, and he does not know any unnecessary information. Li Hongfang brought the dried shoes and socks to Lu Chang'an to put on. As a mature woman in the ovulation period, it was inevitable that she would not be able to control herself. Li Hongfang sat down next to Lu Chang'an and found that he did not move away. He was just looking down at his phone. Then he also leaned over and took a look. They were some selfies. She looked a bit like a smaller version of Qin Yanan. She looked young, fair and tender. Li Hongfang couldn't help but sigh. Little girls nowadays are really capable. When she was this old, she only followed her uncles of the same race. Brothers are just digging in the dirt behind. The doorbell rang, and Lu Chang'an came to his senses and put away his cell phone. Li Hongfang took a look at the peephole, turned back and said to Lu Chang'an in a low voice, "It's Li Jiama." Lu Chang'an nodded, and Li Hongfang shouted, "Wait a moment," then went to the mirror and rubbed her face with a towel. Sure enough, after a light film of water faded away, her face returned to normal. Ever since Lu Chang'an performed that palm move that fell from the sky in front of her and Zhu 11, lifting up the entire Xiangjiang River, Li Hongfang was able to accept that Lu Chang'an could do anything. Being able to hug such a thick thigh is really satisfying for her. After all, her past life has determined that even if she washes her hands in a golden basin, she will not be able to live peacefully like ordinary people, but she can have a backer like Lu Chang'an. The whole person feels much more relaxed. Lu Chang'an had no intention of restoring his appearance. When he went to see Yan Hui, he still had to look like Professor Lu Jianxi. It would be troublesome to change back and forth. He watched Li Hongfang go to open the door, only to find that Li Hongfang's cheongsam was originally elasticated, and now she had torn off a section of it. The hem of the skirt was close to her knees. It was no longer the kind of dress that looked like a dancer on the two-dimensional website Up. Lu Chang'an smiled. Li Hongfang was really full of crooked thoughts. "Mr. Li, is it so late?" Li Hongfang opened the door and said to Li Jiama. Li Jiama, who was wearing a formal suit, was tall and exuded the grace and confidence of a successful man. Turning slightly sideways, there was a waiter behind him pushing a dining cart, and another holding a bottle of wine in his hand. "I just saw your car returning to the hotel. I have prepared a late-night snack. Let's have some together and discuss Lu He's affairs." By the way, Li Jiama hinted. Lu He, the deposed emperor, is actually not well known among the general public. People who know him are far less famous than people like Lu Bang and Lu Che. When Li Jiama talks about Lu He, most people can't think of things like the tomb of Marquis Hai Hun. Li Hongfang suspected that someone had tipped Li Jiama that she was back, but Li Jiama was obviously not notified. A handsome and elegant middle-aged and elderly man also entered Li Hongfang's room. I have guests. Li Hongfang hoped that Li Jiama would leave the supper and wine. After all, the owner might be hungry after being busy for so long. The guests inside could not be seen from the porch. Li Jiama took a step forward. Seeing that Li Hongfang had no intention of turning him away, he continued to walk into the guest room. The waiter pushed the dining cart in. Li Jiama was stunned when he saw the middle-aged and elderly men sitting on the ground watching TV. It turned out that Li Hongfang did not only love young men. As long as they were handsome, old men could also come in and out of her boudoir. The last time I saw Li Hongfang and that little boy were very intimate. Li Jiama looked a little uncomfortable, but in his heart, he felt that old men had a sense of superiority when faced with young boys, and always felt that they were fragile and sensitive, not at his age. The deep connotation of stability and reliability of a mature man. Facing the mature old man of similar age in front of him, Li Jiama no longer has the sense of superiority. Judging from the other person's temperament, he is an intellectual who lives a refined life, is strict in self-discipline, and still maintains a good figure. It's possible it's the suaval kind. Who is this? Li Jiama gestured to the waiter to leave the dining cart and wine, sent them away, and said with a smile. Lu Jianxi Lu Chang'an smelled the aroma of the food under the pot lid, stood up and shook hands with Li Jiama. Although he had already agreed with Li Hongfang to kill Li Jiama in Hai Hanyu Tomb No. 2, that would be in the future. Things like that, now that people are bringing food to your door, you have to be friendly with them. How could anyone refuse food from the other party just because they would kill him or her sooner or later? It turns out that when the sect owner used this face, he was called Lu Jianxi. Li Hongfang remembered that Jianxi probably meant that he needed the women in the Zhu Fenglai sword sect to live in harmony and build a stable environment, so he was named Lu Jianxi. Li Jiama looked at Lu Chang'an hesitantly, and after letting go, he looked at Lu Chang'an's gold-rimmed shoes again. This old man was able to steadily control the styles that ordinary people wore that were too nouveau riche. It was indeed his own uniqueness. A heavy accumulation, just this name. You are a professor at Shonan University, right? You used to study insulin resistance and are an authoritative expert in this field in China. Li Jiama finally remembered. The name Lu Jianxi is very common, and can be seen everywhere in the age group over 40 years old, but he happens to be an old man with scholarly temperament, and he appears in a hotel next to Xiongnan University. There is a high possibility that it is the same person. That's right. Lu Chang'an nodded, quite surprised. Not many people in the field of biology know this name now, let alone his research field. I didn't expect to see you here. Hello, I am Li Jiama. I am currently an archaeology enthusiast and an investor in the field of life sciences and genes. Li Jiama shook hands again and looked at Lu Chang'an warmly. Li Hongfang was a little confused, but then he realized that just like the sect leader pinched her face to look like Zhao Yazi, his own face was naturally based on it. This Lu Jianxi was probably a senior of the Zhu Fenglai sword sect and was very popular with the sect leader. Respect. I see. People in other fields probably don't know me either. Lu Chang'an smiled. He understood why Li Jiama paid attention to Lu Jianxi. Li Jiama and Li Hongfang said that Li Jiama was interested in the ancient prescriptions or elixirs that may exist in the tomb of Hai Hanho No. 2 to prolong life. The purpose of this person's investment in the field of life sciences and genes was to extend his own life. Professor Lu Jianxi is studying insulin resistance. Scientific progress in this field can be applied to medical health and can also help humans extend their lifespan. This is probably the reason why Li Jiama paid attention to Lu Jian's. But, I heard some bad news about you. Li Jiama paused, hoping that the other party would explain himself. A living person is right in front of him, and he can't say that you would have died long ago after hearing the news. This is the so-called reversal. Lu Chang'an did not explain much. Realizing that the death information might involve some secrets, Li Jiama continued, my investment is related to Hopkins, a research center of the Nikola Tesla Biomedical Group. Some of the declassified information shows that, in fact, you discovered the intestinal bacteria Akkermansia muciniphila, referred to as M, in the 1990s. Yes, this kind of bacteria can protect intestinal mucus, making the polyphenols that ordinary humans can get from plant foods more easily used by cells. I have experimentally proven that this kind of M bacteria can be used to slow down insulin resistance. Lu Chang'an recalled that this was just a project of practical significance to mankind when he was a professor. It took a lot of time, and was finally taken away by Sume. Many institutions of Tesla and Sume are hidden in group companies that appear to be in the public and cutting-edge scientific fields. It is safer to tie up with some interest groups than to go it alone. The mad scientist in the movie was easily eliminated, but in reality, Ralph Baric, a coronavirus research expert who was tied to the Fort Detrick Biochemical Research Institute base and the pharmaceutical group, gained both fame and fortune. He in this year's class, it was casually mentioned that one could make a profit by buying stocks of pharmaceutical groups in advance of the next global epidemic. Li Jiamo looked at Lu Chang'an with admiration. Public information shows that this bacterium was discovered in 2004, but in the declassified information, Tesla Biomedical Group obtained your research results earlier and quickly produced the relevant liquid. It can slow down the phenomenon of insulin resistance and play a very obvious role in anti-aging. Did Professor Lu invent insulin? Li Hongfang came up with his own understanding. Li Jiama smiled and explained, it's not insulin. It means that as age and other health problems arise, people's fat cells, muscle cells, liver cells, etc. cannot respond to normal concentrations of insulin, which can lead to diabetes, obesity, inflammation, and reduced immunity, physical weakness and other problems. This bacteria can make cells more responsive to insulin, thereby eliminating those physical health problems. Li Hongfang didn't understand, but she wasn't interested in understanding either. She nodded and went to lift the lid of the dining car's plate. She noticed that the owner had already glanced at the dining car, indicating that he wanted to eat. After the red wine and vegetables were put on the table and the meal was divided, Li Hongfang invited Li Jiama and Lu Chang'an to sit down. The two old men chatted without Li Hongfang. She did not wipe her mouth randomly, but poured wine beside Lu Chang'an to wipe her mouth. Li Jiama didn't show any jealousy in his eyes. People of this age would not be so helpless. No matter what, Li Jiama would wait until Lu He's second tomb was dug. After eating and drinking, Li Jiama said he could give the professor a ride, but Li Hongfang said no. Li Jiama smiled and left, thinking that Lu Jianshi's old bones were not afraid of being broken by Li Hongfang's pair of big horse-like legs. Already. It's just that Professor Lu Jianshi's speech was really impeccable, and he didn't reveal anything about what he has been researching in recent years. Li Jiama is not without gains. Professor Lu Jianshi was studying bacteria to extend human lifespan in the 1990s. What about the last 20 years? Since Tesla Biomedical Group has taken away his research results, it is very likely that he gave up on continuing to conduct in-depth research and changed his research direction. Look at Professor Lu Jianshi, his real age should be older than he looks, 20 years older. He may have applied the new research results to himself, otherwise there would not be such a big gap between his actual age and his appearance. In comparison, Li Hongfang's voluptuous body is not that important. What kind of woman with Li Jiama's status cannot get her? Li Hongfang is fond of it, but he is not the only one. The coveted taste is just more annoying. We need to find someone to inquire about Professor Lu Jianshi. Li Jiama initially obtained the declassified information and was interested in this professor, but since he is dead, it is naturally impossible to pay more attention to him. A person whose death was reported reappeared alive. In addition to the things this person studied, Li Jiama paid more and more attention to it. In addition to Hai Hanyu number 2 tomb, Professor Lu must also pay attention to it. After Li Jiama left, Li Hongfang went to the dressing room, changed into a skirt, turned on the ventilation fan, and then sat next to Lu Chang'an and watched him drink slowly. It turns out that this is the kind of flesh-stretching feeling that young people like nowadays. Lu Chang'an nodded. Some girls are voluptuous, slightly fat, and plump. Li Hongfang deliberately wore a smaller size, just like Qin Yanan also did it. The tight stockings cuffed her thighs, causing her thighs to look like they were being strangled. She also sent photos to Lu Chang'an. In fact, with a perfect figure like Qin Yanan, others can tell at a glance that she has deliberately tightened her flesh. However, Li Hongfang looks more natural. She does not have a very well-proportioned figure. As soon as she sits down, people will worry about her little figure. The safety of a size 1 hip-hugging skirt. Really? I don't know. I may have gained weight recently. Li Hongfang faced the old man, but the old man's true appearance was also that of a young man. Li Hongfang was secretly happy. The door owner said that young people like him, so it should be him. I also like it. I'm leaving first, you have a good rest. Lu Chang'an stood up. It was not that he couldn't feel Li Hongfang's deliberate temptation, but when he wanted to recruit Li Hongfang into the 9 provinces Fenglai sword sect, it was not to expand the harem. Master, I guess Li Jiama has sent someone to keep an eye on him. If you leave now, it will damage your reputation. Oh, no, or it will damage the reputation of the senior named Professor Lu Jianxi. Li Hongfang reminded carefully. What? Lu Chang'an was thinking about something and didn't react for a while. Don't you think the time is a bit short? Li Hongfang tugged at the hem of her skirt coquettishly. Lu Chang'an gently patted her face twice, declined her to see him off, and left the hotel directly. He stood at the door of the hotel and looked, and found that someone was indeed watching. He walked over and pulled the person out of the car. Come out, put it upside down in the trash can, and then walk towards Lushan. The mist that filled the hot spring room dissipated, some fell on the walls, and some wetted the ground covered with finely crushed black sand and grey marble. The floor-to-ceiling windows on the walls opened, and you could directly see the lights of the city center. There are 2 massage beds next to the bathroom separated from wet and dry. Qin Yanan invited 2 spa technicians from the hotel. One technician was doing skincare for Yan Hui, and the other technician went downstairs to get the stone. Qin Yanan just lying around lazily. Qin Yanan is very easygoing about life's requirements, and does not dislike the hotel technicians who massage many mortal bodies every day like Zhu Huntang. Zhu Huntang never accepts technicians other than her own to massage her body, because the little fairy is very sensitive. The unfamiliar technique made her feel itchy. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but it's hard to go from luxury to frugality. I suspect that after I go back, I won't be able to stay in a small village anymore. Yan Hui moaned comfortably, lamenting the erosion of her aspirations by the life of the rich. Of course, this is just a joke. If she were to be dazzled by the prosperity so easily, it would be impossible for her to work in a remote and backward working environment for so many years. Teacher Yan, in the era when you graduated, top students like you shouldn't be assigned to be rural teachers, right? Qin Yanan asked tentatively. It's not like this under normal circumstances. I was unwilling at first, but gradually I didn't want to leave. Later, there seemed to be a chance to change my job, so I gave up. Yan Hui said with her eyes closed. Qin Yanan had a good chat with Yan Hui. She was already sure that Yan Hui was probably just influenced by the rumors about her in school when she started working as a rural teacher. After a few years, she couldn't be transferred to another job, so she might have been tricked by someone. Qin Yanan is very aware of the job transfers in these public institutions. Yan Hui's situation is not normal. It is very likely that Su Mei will intervene. Qin Yinan knows how cruel and ruthless Su Mei is to the people she considers to be her love rivals. Fortunately, Su Mei has now settled in Antarctica with penguins, and Qin Yinan has also felt comfortable for a while, but recently she feels that Su Mei will never settle down, so Qin Yinan must be prepared to unite all the forces that can be united, so that the elder brother clearly understood which one was the knowledgeable and caring man, and which one was the wolf who ruined the family and was stained with blood. Yan Hui was Su Mei's victim, so Qin Yinan naturally felt more like the enemy, so she made an appointment with Yan Hui to go to the spa together. This was a treatment that some other people who came to stay overnight had not enjoyed. It was not indifferent. If Dandan wants to go to the spa, Qin Yinan can give Dandan a massage herself. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Qin Yinan thought it was the technician who went to get the stone and said, "Come in." Lu Chang'an opened the door and walked in. He took a look and judged who was who by the length of his body. Then his eyes only fell on Yan Hui's back, and he took a casual look before retreating. The air conditioner was turned on too low last night, and I had a slight cold all day today, but after smelling the cat's butt, I thought it was better to code. Now my head is getting more and more uncomfortable, and I have only updated 7,000 words. There are currently two options. Licking, you must lick, keep your word, go prepare for the live broadcast room. It has been updated to 7,000 words. Please add more tomorrow without reading. Want them all. All kinds of requests. I'm really immortal. Author, Chulian Kui Kan Ru Xiahua. Chapter 901. The entire back curve of Yan Hui is slightly thinner than that of Qin Yinan. If the side part of the entire chest is added, the gap will be even greater. It's not that Yan Hui has a bad figure, it's just two different figures. A mature and charming woman showing a delicate and girlish look is Yan Hui's characteristic. As the master of the Zhuzhu Fenglai sword sect, Lu Chang'an has a very high level and is a gentleman. He usually appreciates people openly and honestly rather than deliberately pursuing the feeling of voyeurism. What he was observing was Yan Hui's back skin and health. The complex structure of the back provides the strength for human trunk activities and protects important organs of the human body. Because of the large number of nerves, bones, muscles, ligaments and tendons in the back, as well as the radiation of pain from the organs, back pain is the most common problem for adults. One of the pain that occurs. Many cancer symptoms are also noticed from back pain. At this time, you can scratch the back of your waist to see if there is slight pain or stiffness. This has nothing to do with disease. It's just that most people now rarely get beaten or exercise, and the body's ability to resist pain has decreased. It hurts just by pinching. The skin on Yan Hui's back is in good condition. It seems that her body is very receptive to the essence of the super life form, and it is expected to prolong her life. Huh? Who opened the door just now? Qin Yinan glanced back sensitively, feeling that it might not be the technician who went downstairs to get the stone. Yan Hui was enjoying it with her eyes closed, while another technician was concentrating on pushing her back, and neither of them knew it. Qin Yinan wrapped herself in a big towel and walked out. She saw her tall brother sitting on the sofa, flipping through a copy of Prey Man published by New Weekly. He was holding a glass of orange juice in his other hand, and the orange glass bottle was standing aside, bubbling. After you closed the door of the hot spring room and then I came out, in such a short period of time, you were able to set up your POS, pick up the orange juice and pick up the book. It's really hard for you. Qin Yinan thought of the time she was at his house, and An Nuan called when the video call came. He carried her outside the house as fast as lightning, and then started to answer An Yuan's call. The feeling of the length of time varies from person to person. An ant crawls slowly and leisurely. It takes a long time to travel, maybe just a few steps away from an elephant. You think I am hasty, but in fact it is just that your movements are too fast. Slow down. I was calm and orderly just now, not posturing as you imagined, Lu Chang'an said disapprovingly. Okay, I know you are fast, Qinyan said meaningfully. Mature women really like to tease men's sense of time. This is not a bad idea. In fact, it also implies that they are more willing to reveal their desires and desire to be satisfied subconsciously. If a woman always likes to make this kind of joke and use this kind of words to tease a man, it will often make people feel that she has an opportunity, but it is best for a man to calmly and tactfully test many times to avoid falling into a trap where I can molest you but not you. He was stabbed several times and the gold coins dropped with a bang. At this time, the technician who went down to get the meteorite came up. Qin Yanan asked her to give Yan Hui a hot compress on her back first. Watching the technician walk into the hot spring room, Qin Yanan walked to Lu Chang'an's side. Qin Yanan was only wearing a big towel, and her slender legs were clearly visible. Lu Chang'an thought of the 30 or 40 female bodies in the bathroom. Sure enough, ordinary women with so many superimposed on top of each other could not compare to Qin Yanan's beauty. When I'm fast, I can swell your butt in a second. Lu Chang'an is no ordinary man. As one of the strongest males on earth, he doesn't need to be eager to prove himself when a woman tells him he's fast. How dare you, Qin Yanan didn't believe it. He pressed his fingers on the center of the hem of the towel, and grabbed the top of the towel on his chest with his other hand. He sat down with his legs together. If he could do it in this situation, he would lift the towel. When the time comes, you probably won't be able to take action anymore, right? How can a man be so ruthless as to destroy flowers? She couldn't tell. Qin Yanan suddenly didn't feel so confident. She thought of the old tea cake with the corgi butt. Maybe he had already played something similar and was a little immune? Look at this man, he has collected 10,558 different Coke cans from 87 countries, breaking the Guinness World Record. Lu Chang'an naturally changed the subject. Human beings are like this, as long as they are a little happy and have a sense of accomplishment, they can satisfaction, no matter how boring things can be persevered. Monster killing, fighting, and self-destruction are all such uses of slight pleasure to satisfy people, making people addicted. Qin Yanan's cheeks were slightly red. He quietly mixed in such a word. Was he testing or teasing her? You should read more parenting books. Qin Yanan casually grabbed a parenting book and handed it to Lu Chang'an. Lu Chang'an glanced at it and saw that it was a collection of articles published in a magazine. This type of parenting book was not very professional, but contained a lot of chicken soup content. So he opened the shopping app and wanted to read professional parenting books. He couldn't help but type in the search bar. Now, raise sheep. Scientific sheep raising technology with colorful illustrations, efficient meat sheep breeding technology, series of large-scale and standardized breeding of small livestock, training and emotional training of pet sheep, new favorite of nobles, alpaca. Qin Yanan read books displayed on his phone screen. Lu Chang'an pressed his temples and turned off the screen depressedly. Are you tacitly admitting that my Qian is the same as Zhu Huntang? Qin Yanan reacted and pushed Lu Chang'an angrily. No, I made a typo. Look at this, the word parenting, can it easily be translated as raising sheep? Lu Chang'an thought for a while, and this is the truth. That must be because you have searched for sheep raising before this happens. Qin Yanan was doubtful, and then touched her belly. She and Lu Hanshan now have a deep mother-daughter relationship, and they have very high expectations for Lu Hanshan. When he educates his daughter to be very good and surpasses Zhu Huntang in all aspects, Su Mei will be angry to death. What's more, according to this kind of palace struggle involving the first and second wives, an outstanding child is the basis for solid favor. In ancient imperial families, only the mother of the prince could survive. However, in order to prevent relatives from interfering in politics, some princes were established. The prince's mother will be killed from now on. Of course, our old Lu family is not so cruel, but Qin Yanan still hopes that his Lu Qian can be focused on training. Now Lu Chang'an is obviously doting on Zhu Huntang. Maybe Sume will get some opportunities to turn over because of this. Qinyanan should pay attention to the clues in this area now. Give me your phone. Lu Chang'an stretched out his hand. Qinyanan touched the sofa and took out a tablet for him. Nowadays, many browsing and search records on mobile phones are recorded in the cloud. Lu Chang'an entered the browser, looked at the search records, and found some interesting records. Why is it that my best friend always imitates sheep? Girls like to imitate sheep. What is the psychology behind barking? Does imitating sheep barking reflect the Electra mentality? Plastic bestie. Lu Chang'an laughed. I'm really worried that she will turn into a sheep one day. It's just a random search. You haven't seen Zhu Huntang's search records. They are full of surprises. They ask about things that no one has ever asked. Qinyanan was a little confused. Said awkwardly. Lu Chang'an didn't take it seriously. Avrona and Ziobai were typical animals that evolved into human form. It was a kind of evolution. Mrs. Karnstein obtained the ability of bats to change their body shape and also obtained many of the skills of bats. How could they turn into sheep? Is that called evolution? Can you gain any abilities? Are there any sheep eyes in the kitchen? The last time Lu Chang'an ate here, Zhu Huntang brought sheep eyes in an attempt to make Qinyanan sick. The sheep don't have eyes, but the lamb ribs do have a fan. I plan to cook some food and bring it to school tomorrow to treat my colleagues in the department to eat. I have to participate in pregnant women's training classes and club activities. Sometimes I have to ask for leave, but I'm never in school. Qinyanan doesn't think that after the school's top management is dealt with, the lower levels will not have to deal with it. It is also important to have a good relationship with colleagues and reduce some gossip. Lu Chang'an got up, went to the kitchen to prepare the lamb ribs, put them in a pot and cooked them, then came to the hot spring room to send the two spa technicians away, and then suggested that he come to give them massage and body care in person. Yan Hui was a little shy, but since his sister was here, it should be a very formal and ordinary massage, so he didn't have any objections. After the massage, I ate some hot lamb chops. It was such a refreshing night. Yan Hui and Qinyanan's cheeks both looked healthy and rosy. Lu Chang'an also ate so much that his hands and mouth were full of oil and water. In the cold and windy early spring, after eating a big pot of mutton, a lot of my dissatisfaction with Zhu Huntang disappeared. 20,000 words in 2011. In the morning, Lu Chang'an regained the appearance and mental outlook of an ordinary college student. He came down from the Lushan mountain, faced the slowly rising red sun, looked at the statues of great men in the middle of the Xiangjiang River, and stepped across the Zhezhou Bridge built by the people of Juncha using voluntary labor. Came to the center of the prosperous city. Behind the bustling high-rise buildings, there are simple houses hidden. Many old people who get up early start to wander around at this time. They occasionally look at the young people who have indulged all night and stare at those who are holding live broadcasts on their mobile phones. My eyes are full of confusion and thoughts. I grew up here. Why has my ordinary hometown in my eyes started to become strange and become a so-called internet celebrity check-in point that countless people are chasing and yearning for? This city should have always looked like it did in the 1980s and 1990s, or earlier. The memories of the old people seem to be no longer refreshed, and they are resistant to the strangeness brought about by the rapid development. Lu Chang'an was thinking about something that was not there, so he walked a little too far, and instead of turning back to enter through the gate of the community, he jumped directly in from the wall, and saw Zhou Shuling tossing with the piece of land that Aunt Zhao had transferred to her. Seeing her lifting the hoe high and losing her balance with one foot, Lu Chang'an knew that although Zhou Shuling's original family life was difficult, she had never done farm work, and he didn't know who borrowed the hoe. It's heavy and big, and it's not something she can wield freely. Lu Chang'an grabbed the hoe easily, and Zhou Shuling turned her head unexpectedly. "Ah, I'm digging the soil. Have you had breakfast? Let me finish digging the ground and go back to buy vegetables as soon as possible." Lu Chang'an began to hoe the ground. Zhou Shuling stood aside and watched. Lu Chang'an had just put down the hoe 3 times. Zhou Shuling felt that he had the look of an old farmer. It is the so-called expert who can tell when he makes a move, the height, strength, and depth of the hoe. The neatness of throwing the soil to one side, as if he had been doing farm work for many years. I'll dig it up, and you just sprinkle some chicken manure in. When plowing the ground, you should sprinkle base fertilizer to improve the soil quality, Lu Chang'an said to Zhou Shuling, who was watching his work blankly. Okay, it turned out that she could cooperate with him, and Zhou Shuling happily participated. The men and women are matched, so the work is not tiring. Lu Chang'an quickly finished hoeing and told Zhou Shuling that the current pepper seedlings and garlic seedlings can be purchased online, which has a much higher survival rate than her own. Zhou Shuling and Lu Chang'an went back carrying hoes and buckets of chicken manure. It was Lu Chang'an who did the physical work, but Zhou Shuling had to go upstairs to take a shower, feeling that she would inevitably smell like chicken manure. Shang Guandandan and Zhou Dongdong have already gotten up. The former will not go to work, but Zhou Shuling wants to avoid Zhou Dongdong, lest Zhou Dongdong wants to poop in the ground and tries to replace Zhou Shuling's chicken manure for fertilization. Zhou Dongdong stood under the sycamore tree, waving his arms up and down extremely seriously. "What are you doing?" Lu Chang'an asked casually. The question he asked was meaningless, because the things Zhou Dongdong did were often meaningless. Our teacher said that if you work hard and persevere, you can achieve your goals. I am now working hard to practice waving my wings like a bird. One day I will fly a little bit, Zhou Dongdong said breathlessly. Since you know this truth, then why don't you study hard and improve a few places from the last place? Lu Chang'an asked curiously. Zhou Dongdong was stunned for a moment, then slowly turned around, turned his back to Lu Chang'an, continued to wave his arms, and walked upstairs. Shang Guandandan giggled while holding his own thermos kettle. His shoes fell off his toes. His toes wrapped in plain white socks rubbed against the vent cover of the small stove to make the fire bigger. He quickly boiled the kettle. Wow! But she noticed that Lu Chang'an's eyes were on her, and thinking of what happened to Zhou Dongdong just now, Shang Guandandan touched the thermos, poured a glass of champagne and drank it. When I woke up in the morning, there was no boiling water for effervescent tablets, so of course I had to drink some dizzying champagne first. Zhou Shuling was farming just now, Lu Chang'an said. Although Xiaoling does not have a noble background, she is virtuous, very down-to-earth, and has no pretentiousness. She is worthy of the position of queen. I will give her the queen seal without any hesitation. Shang Guan nodded calmly. Nodding and raising her hand, she realized that Zhou Shuling had gone upstairs to take a shower, so she bent her hand halfway and touched her head. The queen mother is also very cute. She got up early in the morning and boiled water and did housework. She deserves praise. Touching the same goes for the queen mother's head. The Han dynasty was a farming civilization and attached great importance to agriculture. Emperor Wen of the Han dynasty would personally go to the fields to cultivate every spring plowing time. It was precisely because of Emperor Wen's national policy of recuperation and emphasis on farming that it laid the foundation for Emperor Wu's expedition to the Xiongnu. Otherwise, why those who attack our strong men will be killed no matter how far away they are, so how can they achieve the great feat of sealing the wolf to Su? Lu Chang'an recalled. Then during the days when you were emperor, did you pay attention to farming, go to war against the Huns, or seal the wolf as a vassal? Shang Guandandan tilted his head and stared at Lu Chang'an seriously. In the end, you were just playing around. All the women in Viang Palace. What do you mean by telling me this now? Lu Chang'an was speechless for a moment. This Shang Guandandan was really sharp-tongued and difficult to deal with. Lu Chang'an had been tricked by her many times. He should have been more vigilant and avoided provoking her less. But having already talked about this, Lu Chang'an's expression remained unchanged. I am just an ordinary college student who adheres to the core values of socialism. Since you insist on your identity as the Queen Mother, you should uphold the consistent agricultural thinking of the Han dynasty and help Zhou Shuling hold the ground. Shang Guandandan turned around and looked. Zhou Shuling went upstairs to take a bath, but the hoe and the bucket of chicken manure were left downstairs. Shang Guandandan walked over, stretched out a finger and touched the hoe, and was a little confused. Why are these ordinary tools always able to absorb all the strength of the Queen Mother? I have no strength. I can't carry it, I can't lift it, I don't know how. Shang Guandandan touched the hoe, climbed back to sit on the high chair, and continued to hold the thermos bottle. Ha ha, Lu Chang'an sneered and took out his mobile phone. Shang Guan glanced at him. Dandan raised the lid of the thermos flask, and drank the champagne water inside. Lu Chang'an found Shang Guandandan's circle of friends and clicked in. Shang Guandandan squinted his eyes, looking at the sun rising gradually in the east, the sycamore trees in spring, the new buds were green and especially cute, and a cricket was shouting, "Take it apart, wash it and make it single." Where are the moments you posted yesterday? Lu Chang'an swiped his fingers a few times and was shocked to find that all the dozens of moments Shang Guandandan had posted about moving to a candy house had been deleted. Shang Guandandan jumped down from the high chair, moved the high chair to Lu Chang'an's side, climbed up again, and put Lu Chang'an's head into his arms. He looked at the child with a look of disbelief on his face, just like Joe who had just been hit. It was like a thump, so naturally he had to be gently comforted by the Queen Mother. If you have any requests, please give me a monthly pass. You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. I'm really immortal. Author, Chu Lian Kui Kan Ru Xiahua. Chapter 902. Lu Chang'an's hair was soft and thick. Shang Guandandan stroked it here and there, and then grasped his hair like a bird's nest. Then he nodded with satisfaction. He finally looked like a naughty child, just like getting up in the morning. Zhou Dongdong was running around with his hair that looked like seedlings rising to the sky. At this time, Zhou Dongdong ran down again. She just flapped her arms and went upstairs. It wasn't because she had found the inspiration to fly, or because of something else. It was just that Zhou Dongdong was used to it. Some people always said that Zhou Dongdong didn't like it. But she couldn't stop others, so she ran away and hid, waiting for others to finish talking before coming out to play. Of course, Brother Chang'an is different from those who pointed at Zhou Dongdong, so when Zhou Dongdong was staying on the corridor, he found that Brother Chang'an had been cleaned up by his mother, and he was very happy again. He ran down and jumped up and down looking at the familiar expression on his face. Zhou Dongdong also has such an expression many times. Lu Chang'an came back to his senses and couldn't let Zhou Dongdong see his joke. He scratched his hair calmly, then left Shang Guandandan's arms and said to Zhou Dongdong, "Have you heard the crickets? Are crickets a good friend of mankind?" Zhou Dongdong was not familiar with crickets because he had never eaten them. "Crickets are nothing delicious." Lu Chang'an shook his head. In Zhou Dongdong's understanding, not being a good friend of human beings equals you can eat them, being good friends of humans equals you can't eat them. But if they are ready, Zhou Dongdong would like to eating 3 bowls reluctantly. Zhou Dongdong raised his head and continued to wave his arms while listening to the chirping of the crickets, hoping that one day he could fly a little bit. The sound of crickets is related to an ancient legend. When the Sui dynasty was building the Grand Canal, a farmer named Tang Xiao was killed. He was worried about his blind parents, young children, and those who couldn't do anything at all. The wife who does housework. At this point, Lu Chang'an glanced at Shang Guandandan. Shang Guandandan had almost finished drinking the champagne water. She was turning the thermos flask upside down and placing it on the lid. She was waiting for a little more champagne water to flow into the lid before she finished the drink. In this way, 2 or 3 times, the thermos flask could be filled. The champagne water will be exhausted. The Queen Mother has tried hard to live her life wisely, but she doesn't know when he will know this. After Tang Xiao was killed, he turned into a cricket and ran back home. When it was cold, he shouted, "Wash, dry and dry the clothes into cotton." He reminded his wife to wash the single clothes and dry them into cotton. Put on your pants. When the weather is hot, he calls out, "Wash and dry frequently, and dress comfortably." His wife puts on the clothes of the whole family into cool clothes. When winter passes and the weather gets warmer, he calls out like the crickets, "Now, take off, wash and wash." Change it to single, Lu Chang'an said with emotion. The complete version of this story is very touching. It criticizes the evil feudal manufacturing and praises the simple and beautiful family concept of the working people. After hearing this story, Zhou Dongdong announced loudly, "Crickets are mankind's best friends. Crickets are very delicious. People all over the world eat crickets. Add a little oil and salt, fry them or put them in the oven to make them delicious. Crickets caught in cornfields or vegetable fields taste like sweet crispy sweet corn." Shang Guandandan held his cell phone and read out the content on his phone while looking at Zhou Dongdong. Zhou Dongdong's waving arm stopped in the air, opened his mouth, and uncontrollably got close to the sycamore tree, looking up at the cricket hiding under the bark of an unknown tree. "Be a human being." Lu Chang'an hit Shang Guandandan's thermos, and then said, "I'm going to buy groceries, who will come with me?" Shang Guandandan and Zhou Dongdong both raised their hands. After breakfast in the morning, Lu Sin sent Zhou Dongdong, who was fanning his arms and working hard, to go to school. Shang Guandandan went to play cards with a thermos full of hot water. Women should drink more hot water this season. Zhou Shuling was going to Hedong to find Li Hongfang to set up a new store, so she left with Lu Chang'an. Zhou Shuling originally wanted Lu Chang'an to ride on Guandandan's electric car, but Shang Guandandan wanted to play cards and she couldn't accompany her electric car. It would take a long time to ride the electric car back, so she became a little flustered and felt distracted. Her restless state would affect her ability to play cards in the morning, so she suggested that Zhou Shuling and Lu Chang'an ride shared bicycles. Of course, Lu Chang'an and Zhou Shuling did not ride shared bicycles or walk, but took the subway. Lu Chang'an is a considerate person, considering that Zhou Shuling was wearing 8-centimeter high heels. The lady who owns the rice noodle shop looks more and more like a white-collar beauty in the city. The subway at this point is quite crowded, and the bustling crowds are pouring into the subway station from all directions. Even though it is the largest transfer station in Junxia, she also feels a little overwhelmed. Zhou Shuling pulls Lu Chang'an's sleeves, and squeezed into the subway nervously. At the Mayday Square station, there were many people going up, and many people coming down. Lu Chang'an and Zhou Shuling were standing next to the seats. There happened to be two girls who were a little slow. They waited for people to enter before they hurriedly got up and gave Lu Chang'an and Zhou Shuling space. Out of two positions. Zhou Shuling was a little happy. After sitting down, she took out a book from her bag and read it. Ideological and Moral Cultivation and Legal Foundation. Lu Chang'an discovered that she actually took his basic course textbook from last semester. Lu Chang'an basically didn't bring books to school last semester, and the textbooks were placed casually at home. He didn't even know where was it thrown, but she took it away. "I saw it on the internet." Zhou Shuling lowered her voice and leaned into his ear and said, "Foreigners read books on the subway. I also want to take the time to read. Foreigners read books on the subway because they have neither mobile phone signals from operators nor outdoor Wi-Fi on the subway. Later, when their mobile phones connected to the internet on the subway, they stopped reading." Lu Chang'an explained without ridicule. She was deceived by the foreign series of chicken soup articles written by public intellectuals while sticking out their tongues and kneeling down. There are so many people who have been deceived. Zhou Shuling just came into contact with these things relatively late. She is not like the absurdity of young people of the same age who are frequently popularized by enthusiastic netizens on social media. Zhou Shuling is a little mother, but she is actually only less than 1 year older than Qin Yanan. So that's it? Then I won't read it either. After Zhou Shuling finished speaking, she was about to put the book back into her bag. She suddenly turned her head and glanced at Lu Chang'an sensitively, and found that he was looking at her with his lips pursed and a meaningful smile. Recalling that she once told him that she should study hard, improve herself, and be admitted to Hunan University, Zhou Shuling still picked up the book, but she didn't know why the book became heavier after putting it down. It's time to catch up on the book management that is suitable for sleeping on. Zhou Shuling flipped through it casually, and then said, Chang'an, I feel like I can understand it all, and it doesn't seem to be difficult. Don't scold Zhou Dongdong from now on. You're just following your mother. She understands everything and doesn't find it difficult. In the exam, she was ranked last in the class. Lu Chang'an shook his head. Zhou Shuling pouted and continued to read. It was probably because the carriage was shaking or the book was too heavy. Zhou Shuling couldn't support her head anymore, so she twisted her body and leaned on his shoulder comfortably. 30 After a few seconds, he closed his eyes and dropped the book to the ground. Lu Chang'an didn't pick it up. In fact, his nutritional essence also had the function of improving intelligence very slightly, but for someone like Zhou Shuling, he would probably have to eat a pot, which would be too difficult for him. I'm really immortal. Author, Chulian Kui Kan Ru Xiahua. Chapter 903. Zhou Shuling is wearing a black v-neck thin sweater and hip skirt, paired with her everlasting black socks and a long grey windbreaker. The gentleness and charm of the beautiful woman are exuding like the fragrance of her body. Because of her sleeping position, the scenery on her chest attracted a man next to her to adjust his standing position. Lu Chang'an reached out and pulled her collar to block the scenery. Zhou Shuling did not wake up, but she was sleeping, relying on Lu Chang'an, feeling at ease. When they were almost at the station, Lu Chang'an pinched Zhou Shuling's nose. Such a natural beauty can be teased at will without worrying about pinching her nose and breaking it. I pinched my chin and the prosthesis was misplaced. I bumped my chest and the silicone broke. Ugh, how many pages have I read? Zhou Shuling reached out and touched in front of her. Where is my ideological and moral cultivation and legal foundation? Lu Chang'an bent down to help her pick up the book, and wiped his shoulders. If you sit at the West bus station, you will probably drool a lot. Zhou Shuling hurriedly pressed the corner of her mouth. Fortunately, she didn't sleep to the point of drooling. She said angrily, what does it matter? I've washed all your dirty clothes for you. After saying that, Zhou Shuling followed Lu Chang'an out of the car and rubbed her hands behind him, indicating that she washed his clothes by hand. Lu Chang'an had a lot of clothes that Qin Yanan helped buy, and they looked very expensive. Washing them in a washing machine would easily damage the clothes, but some of the new clothes said they should not be machine washed, hand washed, dry cleaned, or wet, which Zhou Shuling couldn't understand. Lu Chang'an's clothes are generally not very dirty, and they are not stained with sweat and salt like others. They even smell like an urge to cover one's face. Zhou Shuling hangs up those new clothes that she doesn't know how to clean. I got up, but I didn't see Lu Chang'an wearing those expensive clothes. What scares Zhou Shuling is that Shang Guandandan will sometimes come upstairs to use the washing machine. She will make soap bubbles everywhere on the floor, and then she will hold the washing powder in the soap bubbles as if she has done something great. Walk around. At this time, Zhou Shuling had to help Shang Guandandan clean the floor while Lu Chang'an was not at home, so that Lu Chang'an would not come back, grab Shang Guandandan and throw her downstairs. Huh? Then why have you never washed the underwear I changed out of? Are the underwear I changed into not considered dirty clothes? Are you reminding me that I can still wear them? Lu Chang'an asked in confusion. Lu Chang'an was not used to waiting for his clothes to be handed over to Zhou Shuling. Sometimes he would wash them after changing his clothes, and Zhou Shuling would help him wash his clothes. Usually when she had nothing to do, she couldn't take any time off, so she liked to go around Lu Chang'an's house. Go around and see if there is any housework you can help him with. In this case, when she saw the clothes in the dirty clothes basket, she would wash them for him. Fortunately, Lu Chang'an didn't have a big cotton padded jacket even in winter, they were all relatively light and not very strenuous. It is actually good for her to have Lu Chang'an's clothes washed by Zhou Shuling, because the close-fitting clothes will always be contaminated with his scent, and it goes without saying that they are always good for the body over time. It's a pity that she didn't wash his underwear for him anymore, even though she had washed them before. That's, usually, when you spend the night outside, when you come back, I don't think it's easy to wash it for you, Zhou Shuling said with blushing cheeks. He spent the night outside with a Nuan, boyfriend and girlfriend. Well, I always do those things, and my underwear is stained with something like that, right? Zhou Shuling felt it was inconvenient to do so. Lu Chang'an looked at her and couldn't help but laugh. He took out a bottle of life essence from his pocket and handed it to Zhou Shuling. Hey, what is this? Zhou Shuling opened it and smelled it, looking at Lu Chang'an strangely. It seems to be very similar to the bottle you gave me during the Chinese New Year, but a little different. This is the life essence that I made by the way last night. It is a super nutrient extracted from blood. Because you have already consumed a lot of the original essence and have a certain foundation for body acceptance, so now it is more appropriate to start eating this kind of super nutrient, and there will be no phenomenon of being unable to bear the surge in cell activity and rejuvenation, Lu Chang'an explained. He once released a drop of blood on the top of Elephant Trunk Wo Mountain to save Mrs. Karnstein. The drop of blood also caused biological mutations in Elephant Trunk Wo Mountain, which also caused Zhu Huntang to inevitably undergo physical changes. Lu Chang'an had to she was knocked unconscious. In fact, the impact on Zhu Huntang had been buried, so much so that she later fainted, and Shang Guandandan used a coffin to treat her. Lu Chang'an was not sure whether it would continue to have an impact on Zhu Huntang in the future. After all, her special origin gave her an extraordinary affinity for Lu Chang'an's blood. Now this bottle of life essence is extracted from blood, and the energy contained in it is certainly not comparable to that drop of blood. If one directly drinks a drop of Lu Chang'an's blood, no one except Zhu Huntang may survive. After all, creatures like Zhu Huntang have long been accustomed to absorbing a lot of nutrients, otherwise she would not have been able to come to this world. After she was born, she also consumed social resources that an ordinary person would not be able to use up in 10 lifetimes, and this continues, which is in line with the background of her birth. What are you talking about? I'll just eat it. Zhou Shuling didn't understand, but she was always used to listening to Lu Chang'an's words, and she would not indulge in it like Zhou Shuling did to have nothing to do with Lu Chang'an's original intention. She was just a little curious. You seem to be what the salesmen say when they ask grandparents to buy healthcare products in those health class lectures that Dan often goes to. She also often goes to health classes to give lectures. Lu Chang'an didn't know this. Shang Guandandan is not like Zhou Dongdong. Zhou Dongdong is not in school but at home or under the sycamore tree, usually in these three places. Shang Guandandan's range of activities is not large, but he can hold a thermos pot or push an electric. The car left the community and wandered around. Sometimes when she stopped playing cards, she would focus on the community and randomly appear within a certain range. She would observe where the store owners were easier to talk to. She would be conquered by her majestic eyes and sell her things at low prices, or split the whole thing. Sell her some of the products. After observing well, I will often take Zhou Dongdong with me. Sometimes they would go together after playing cards, because those health classes would sometimes have dinner together and give out nutritious porridge, boiled eggs, etc. When the salesperson saw that she came with the old people, he also I won't say anything. Zhou Shuling is quite familiar with Shang Guandandan's whereabouts. If Zhou Shuling is in the store all day, she will call Shang Guandandan to come to the mall to buy food for her, but Shang Guandandan follows. When the large army is active, they will tell Zhou Shuling what she is doing so that Zhou Shuling does not have to worry. Sometimes Shangguan Dandan would bring some useful things, such as shopping bags, raw eggs, etc. Zhou Shuling was also very happy because it cost no money. Zhou Shuling didn't have any opinion about Shangguan Dandan not studying at his age. Maybe Dandan was like her and could study harder when he grew up. It would be okay to go to Shonan University or something. She is amazing, Lu Chang'an said with some displeasure. I have been hanging out with them for so long, but I have never seen them take me to a health class, eat or drink anything. When can we go together? Zhou Shuling said with great interest. She, Dandan, Dongdong and Lu Chang'an went together like a family of four. No, Lu Chang'an refused. Young and middle-aged men like him are not the target customers of this kind of health product sales campaign aimed at the elderly. Zhou Shuling pouted unhappily, and Lu Chang'an scratched her hair. The young daughter-in-law's hair also became dark and thick, no longer the split ends and yellowish appearance. After walking out of the subway station, Lu Chang'an saw Zhou Shuling off for a while. After waiting for a minute in front of the hotel where Li Hongfang stayed, he saw Li Hongfang walking out wearing the same bright red windbreaker as Zhou Shuling. Although it is the same style of windbreaker, Li Hongfang wears it with a completely different temperament from Zhou Shuling, because her windbreaker is actually a short skirt with holes under the breasts, holes in the waist and abdomen, and holes in the legs. There are also. Are you going to make a movie? Lu Chang'an shook his head and said nothing. Seeing Lu Chang'an's expression, Li Hongfang felt a little depressed. After studying the outfits for half a night, there was no temptation at all, so Li Hongfang buttoned up her windbreaker. Knowing that the skirt underneath her tightly buttoned windbreaker made her feel a little bit emotional, Lu Chang'an didn't comment and just said, "Pay attention to safety and call me if anything unusual happens. After all, I just killed a mirage last night and took its body away." At that time, the alien beasts were frightened by the strength of the Kyushu Fenglai sword sect and retreated. However, there may not be any changes after one night, and accidental collisions may cause disaster. It is also unknown whether Li Hongfang will return to his true colors. It's not surprising that the alien beasts know about Zhou Fenglai sword sect, but how did they know that Lu Jianxi and copycat Zhao Yazi were from Zhou Fenglai sword sect last night? Oh, Li Hongfang unfurled the flag in the air raid shelter. Although the environment there was dark, the ability to see in the dark was not a rare skill. Yes, Li Hongfang said respectfully. After we finish our work early, let's go to Hunan University to experience the university atmosphere, Zhou Shuling and Li Hongfang discussed. Well, it can improve our temperament, Li Hongfang agreed. By the way, I found a bathroom last night where you can take a bath. Can we go together? Okay, what's the difference between taking a bath and the spa that Miss Susan and Miss Jean often do? No. Lu Chang'an watched them board Li Hongfang's car. Two women with completely different backgrounds and personalities were able to play together. Women are so interesting. After class in the morning, Lu Chang'an contacted Zhongqing and planned to ask her to take him to the underground base to see the Mirage's body. Zhongqing told him that she sent Zhe Huntang to Nanshan Ranch last night and planned to return to Juncha at noon, but something shocking happened next door. Zhu Huntang is missing. I'm really immortal. Author, Chu Lian Kui Kan Ru Xiahua. Chapter 904. We arrived at Nanshan Ranch before 10 o'clock last night. The first group of people were Miss Third and me, Yan Qing Cheng, Bai Hui and the servants. It takes Juncha 6 or 7 hours to get to Nanshan Ranch, and you guys arrived before 10 o'clock, Lu Chang'an asked strangely. Even if he sets off after class in the afternoon, he still won't be able to reach Nanshan Ranch before 10 o'clock, not to mention Zhu Huntang still has a meal. After resting for a while, Zhongqing still needed time to wait until Yan Qingchen went to class. The air flight distance from Juncha to Nanshan Ranch is only more than 400 kilometers. Generally, Helicopters can only fly up to 350 km per hour. The flagship of Miss San's helicopter fleet can stabilize at more than 450 km per hour, which is the best in the world. The fastest customized model, Zhongqing explained. She is not showing off, but it is of great importance. Details like this that go against ordinary people's cognition must be explained clearly. Perhaps in the eyes of a wise person like Lu Chang'an, any detail may hide the truth. Lu Chang'an nodded. It turned out to be Chaoning. Nanshan Ranch is located in the western part of southern Hunan, close to Guizhou and Guangxi. It is not far from tourist attractions such as Guilin, Phoenix, and southeast Guizhou. He has not been to Nanshan Ranch for many years. I never thought about taking a helicopter there directly. Go on, Lu Chang'an nodded. Zongqing's tone was urgent but not panicked. He was more confused than frightened. In other words, Zhu Huntang's disappearance was not a kidnapping that happened under his nose, or falling into some cave or something. Our group entered the Nanshan area and contacted the ground station to determine the landing location. The servants will take care of the room, change the sheets, quilts, toilets, and other things that her skin will come into direct contact with. Wait, do you want to replace the toilet? Lu Chang'an couldn't help but frown. Was she going on vacation or being punished? Even the toilet needs to be replaced. Just spray a layer of isolating coagulant on the toilet first, and then remove the toilet cover and replace it with a washlet. It doesn't really mean replacing the entire toilet. After all, the conditions here are limited. Even a large helicopter does not have expanded transportation space. Prepare the time is short and we cannot load too many non-essential equipment. Zhongqing forced a smile and explained, but Lu Chang'an's casual interruption made Zhongqing's mood relax a little. It turns out that if she had not set off temporarily and was well prepared, Miss Zhu would have even brought the toilet with her when traveling. This was very like the style of a feudal noble lady back then. In the past, there were often stories about aristocratic ladies defecating in the wild and encountering young men. In fact, they all belonged to the emperor's golden pole. Real aristocratic ladies would carry a toilet bucket when traveling, solve the problem in the sedan chair, and then have the maid take it away and empty it. Most of the young men met a maid from a noble family, thought she was the eldest lady, knocked her unconscious and took her home to play. Only I know the most detailed landing place. Unless I leak it in advance, it is impossible for someone to ambush there in advance and plan a kidnapping case without anyone noticing. Zhongqing continued. Yeah, Lu Chang'an still trusts Zhongqing. She has been trained by Sumei since childhood and has a special complex for Sumei. She has won the trust of Sumei and Zhu Huntang. After we arrived, Yan Qingcheng and Bai Hui walked around with the third lady. Finally, the third lady brought back a sheep. Behind the sheep was an old man who came to get the sheep's money. After I paid the money, they never went out again, and no one came in again, but at 10 o'clock this morning, Yan Qingcheng went to ask Miss Thur to go to class. Her room was empty, and we haven't found her yet. Zhongqing has not yet reported the news to Sumei, who is far away in Antarctica, but has dispatched manpower to search everywhere. However, Nanshan is too big and there are alpine grasslands everywhere. It is not like the city where cameras are densely covered. The helicopter that flew over yesterday was not professional. The search and rescue helicopter's cabin design and electronic equipment are not suitable for search and rescue. It is better than nothing, but it can quickly send search and rescue personnel to farther places and expand the scope of search and rescue, but if Zhu Huntang had not been kidnapped, she would have been able to do everything at home with her. How far can she run with the strength of her feet on a balance bike? So are you currently checking the surveillance system? Lu Chang'an thought for a while. Yes, she lives on the third floor. There are cameras at both ends of the floor, and cameras are also installed at the only entrance and exit of the entire building. We focused on checking the surveillance videos of these 3 cameras, Zhongqing said. In the surveillance video, Zhongqing only saw Zhu Huntang leading the sheep to play in the corridor last night, and letting the sheep eat a piece of the landscape plants on the corridor. I'll come over later, and you can arrange for a helicopter to be on standby. Lu Chang'an's tone was very calm, and there was no trace of anxiety. He even hoped that Zhu Huntang would suffer some hardships, but, alas! For Su Mei's sake. For Su Xiaoqiui's sake. Because she is Qin Yinan's best friend. For the sake of her being Bai Fen's best friend. For the sake of her being Shang Guandandan's bitch. Because she is Zhou Dongdong's protector. Humph, after all, it was just for the sake of her calling him grandpa. Zhongqing immediately arranged for a helicopter. Lu Chang'an remembered that she had lamented that Zhu Huntang had a helicopter hangar on the roof of Beilong Center. What was the use of having so many helicopters of various types? Now I know that after she loses herself, it will be very convenient to use helicopters to send people to find her. Lu Chang'an felt that Zhu Huntang's disappearance was most likely due to her running away, trying to avoid classes and her work as a shepherd. But the doubtful thing is, how can she avoid being noticed by others? Zhongqing also said that the people who protected and served Zhu Huntang came in batches. Even if those bodyguards could not prevent Zhu Huntang from escaping, they would not be blinded and had no idea how she escaped. Now, no one knows how she disappeared. This is a bit strange, and it is also the reason why Lu Chang'an had to make a trip to feel relieved. At this time, the helicopter pilot called and said that the helicopter was parked on the roof of Zhu Huntang Xiongda's rest villa and was on standby at any time. Lu Chang'an did not rush there immediately, but called Guan Yuan first. Guan Yuan was walking in Xiangdali. Returning to Junxia, yesterday Guan Yuan had not had time to visit his alma mater and meet the alumni with whom he had a brief friendship, but he was taken away in a confused manner. This incident hit Guan Yuan so hard that he had no power to fight back, and he was arrested on his own without realizing it. He always thought that he was already very strong and would be unstoppable in Brazil. With his super physical strength, super fast reaction speed and inhuman healing ability, even if he was injured repeatedly, he could not stop him from unifying the Brazilian underworld. Given time, he can even enter the Brazilian political arena, and it is not impossible that he will eventually become president with the support of the military. There is also an extremely powerful Tesla force behind him, which is enough to clear all obstacles. Sunangzio also said that his body responds very well to the biological medicine machine, and continuous improvement can make his body the strongest among the current modified humans. The strongest? When he came to Junxia, there were only a few people here who could take care of him. Lu Chang'an, needless to say, Sunangzio said that even if Guan Yuan is the strongest among the reformers, he should not even think about dealing with Lu Chang'an. Guan Yuan did not fight with the Xiao Kaiming whom he met yesterday, but he fell into Xiao Kaiming's trap unknowingly. If he had the intention to kill him, Guan Yuan would die without knowing how. Many people are often unconvinced when they fall into this kind of enchantment method, but Guan Yuan is not unconvinced. He is a person who has experienced countless blood and life and death in Brazil. As long as it can win, that is his skill. What's more, the other party seemed to know his details very well. He was given a chain that was just right enough to prevent him from breaking free, while Jin Xiaomei was given an ordinary rope. Finally, in the video opened by Ma Benwei, Guan Yuan also learned that Xiao Kaiming and his group were targeting Tesla. If the other party dared to attract the attention of the super evil force, could they still not be able to deal with Guan Yuan? Guan Yuan is just a thug under a certain giant in Tesla. In addition to these people, the two people from the Kyushu Fenglai sword sect yesterday were obviously super masters, and they were definitely not something Guan Yuan could handle. The world is so big, I'm afraid I won't be among the top 10. Fortunately, we wasted a lot of time last night, but the students didn't care. Guan Yuan finally treated the students to a feast and played all night long. Everyone had a great time. Guan Yuan received a call from Lu Chang'an and rushed to see him. Lu Chang'an pushed a shared bicycle and stood under a sycamore tree where the wind was constantly blowing. His hair was trembling like the sycamore leaves. His eyes were flat and he nodded towards Guan Yuan, then he rode the shared bicycle forward. Go. Guan Yuan followed him at a trot. Lu Chang'an's way of meeting was full of the aura of a superior, but Guan Yuan was no longer the mentally retarded young man who wanted to beat someone up when he looked at him. He talked to Lu Chang'an indifferently. The shared bicycles walked side by side, waiting for Lu Chang'an to reveal his intention to summon him. Those who claim to be the gods, well, I mean to be enlightened, their purpose is to target Tesla. Is it possible that their actions were thwarted yesterday and they have prepared a new plan today? Lu Chang'an asked casually. Guan Yuan's expression suddenly changed. Good things don't go out, but scandals spread thousands of miles away. Did the news about him being plotted and kidnapped last night reach Lu Chang'an's ears today? Could it be Sunangxiu who told Lu Chang'an? Guan Yuan suddenly felt disillusioned. He had been obsessed with Sunangxiu, but Sunangxiu was obsessed with Lu Chang'an. How come you don't have some special feelings for someone like Sunangxiu when you follow her? The situation in front of me is like a young boy meeting a peerless beauty. It is each other's first love. The meeting is in front of flowers and under the moon. Many good nights have been spent in spring flowers and autumn months. Later, when his money ran out, the beautiful lady found someone else to love. She followed Fan Su's example and went away in the same spring. Guan Yuan was left with only sadness and loneliness, alone without a partner. After wandering around various places, he became more and more depressed and wandered in a muddle-headed way back to the place where he had lived hand in hand with his beautiful lady. The majestic foothills and the green campus are still the same as before. When Guan Yuan was sighing sadly, he suddenly saw the clear figure who had abandoned him. Her appearance was as delicate as a few years ago, and her clothes were as gorgeous as a few years ago. There is a string of pearls hanging under the neck, which adds a layer of charming brilliance than before, and there is a string of agate on the forehead, which is much redder than before. What was even more embarrassing was that when she looked back, she saw a handsome and elegant young man standing behind her, touching her lower back with both hands. Yudefu's sentiments in returning hometown apply to myself. How suitable for my current state of mind, especially the last sentence, there are two hands touching her waist, which really makes people who have experienced it feel the same and sad. The sadness is endless, and he vividly describes the impact that the young man's frivolity and wanton play with the beautiful woman brought to him. In one sentence, it is a writing style that the author of cuckold novels can only dream of. Now Lu Chang'an must be like that young man, stroking Sunangxiu's back wantonly, but in fact, he is not even qualified to understand the state of mind described by Yudefu, because he has nothing to do with Sunangxiu. What's the plan? Guan Yuan followed him silently for a while, then came back to his senses in shock and asked. Zhu Huntang disappeared in Nanshan Ranch today. I was wondering if those alien beasts failed in their operation yesterday, so I changed my plan and went directly to capture Zhu Huntang, hoping to force important figures from Tesla to come forward again, Lu Chang'an said directly. Said. Catching Zhu Huntang can force important figures in Tesla to come forward? Zhu Huntang is just Sunangxiu's cousin, and Zhu Huntang is very important to Sunangxiu, Guan Yuan said inexplicably. Lu Chang'an turned to look at Guan Yuan and waved his hand. Let's go, eat, drink and have fun. After all, Guan Yuan is already developing in Brazil. As an old native of Juncha, Lu Chang'an still welcomes him to come and have a look. As for other things, he will not be involved in it. It can be heard from Guan Yuan's words. Although Guan Yuan was Sunangxiu's experimental subject, his level of knowledge was probably about the same as that of Jin Xiaomei, and he didn't understand anything. Could those strange beasts have discovered that Guan Yuan and Jin Xiaomei are not important figures to Tesla at all, so they attacked Zhu Huntang today? Lu Chang'an was riding a shared bicycle. A red Ferrari slowed down and approached Lu Chang'an on the side of the road. A woman with flat features, small eyes, and a big mouth greeted Lu Chang'an in the car. "Handsome guy, do you remember me?" "Yes, Wudan Mountain." Lu Chang'an nodded and had no time to pay attention to her chatting. He walked through the path and took a shortcut to the Women's Health Club. "I have been paying attention to this Women's Health Club for some time, and I have sent Li Hongfang to investigate, but this is the first time I have come in personally. The front door is small, but when you push the door and walk in, you can see a rather elegant and cool style, combined with some Japanese elements, which is the decoration style that is highly respected by urban women today." There was an ivory pipa in the glass display window at the door that attracted Lu Chang'an's attention. Its back and sides were very sophisticated, inlaid with ivory blocks, with stories of Confucianism, Taoism, and Buddhism engraved on it. The head of the instrument was made of wooden butterfly hands. The ivory material is engraved with landscape figures, and the whole pipa is exquisite and elegant. It immediately reminds Lu Chang'an of the incredibly beautiful Professor Lu Yuang. The way she looks in her cheongsam should match this pipa very well. The reason why it is Lu Yuang and not En Nuan is of course because this pipa is a work of the Ming dynasty. En Nuan is fresh and does not have this traditional temperament. Lu Chang'an had seen this pipa at the Xinxiang Metropolitan Museum. He didn't know why it appeared here. The whole pipa exuded an ancient charm, and it didn't look like a replica at all. It might be another one from the same era. "Sir, you have good taste. The name of this pipa is Sanfaswanyan Tian pipa. Most people are surprised when they see this pipa at first, but they may not know how to appreciate it. From Sir's eyes, I see something that seems to be able to pull the strings of the pipa." Appreciation. Xiao Kaiming, who had a demonic spirit and a soft voice, walked out from inside. Lu Chang'an smiled and looked at the jade stone in Xiao Kaiming's hand that was engraved with the dragon-slaying spell. He had something to do today, otherwise he would have to discuss the matter of dragon slaying with Xiao Kaiming. When it comes to slaying dragons, no one knows it better than Lu Chang'an. "I heard Zhu Yan talk about your husband. He was born in the 9 provinces Fenglai sword section. He can shatter the mountains and rivers with one palm and reveal the bottom of the rivers. I am ignorant and have no idea that there are so many gods and men in this land today. It is really amazing." Xiao Kaiming bowed his hands towards Lu Chang'an to show his respect. Xiao Kaiming looked at Lu Chang'an. Zhu Yan was not very talented, but his ability to collect information was pretty good. He often appeared in places where 3 religions and 9 streams were mixed, such as that bar street. It was Zhu Yan's credit for discovering such a great god like Lu Chang'an. Just as that person sensed, there is an ancient powerful person hidden in Junxia, which is an important stop for the gods to find the empress. There are some vague clues at present, and Xiao Kaiming does not want to cause trouble. Regarding the Kyushu Fenglai sword sect, it was Fujiwara Kuei and Fujiwara Mojiro who provided more information. This ancient power came to Japan probably during the Song dynasty. Japan at that time had already matured compared to the Tang dynasty in China. There was some progress, and even began to plunder on a small scale along the coast of the Song dynasty, but overall it was still not very powerful. At that time, the Japanese were short in stature and ugly in appearance, but they could still find a few beautiful women among the women. The Japanese donated them to the Kyushu Fenglai sword sect that landed in Japan, hoping that the noble sect owner would be lucky enough to helping the Japanese improve their bloodline. The Kyushu Fenglai sword sect still left many stories, calligraphy, and painting records in Japan. In some legends, the master of the Kyushu Fenglai sword sect at that time even killed some Japanese gods. Mamoru Kaiming didn't care about these Japanese gods. They were just ancient beasts that managed to escape, and it was basically impossible for them to be stronger than mirages. But last night, Mirage was actually killed by someone from Zhu Fenglai sword sect by unknown means, which really shocked Xiao Kaiming. Mirage's ability in the mountains and forests has naturally been greatly reduced, but the tyranny of the physical body has not changed much, but it is still unstoppable. You must know that among the gods in Junxia, Mirage's greatly reduced strength can also be ranked among the top 5. Middle. Xiao Kaiming is stronger than Mirage, but he doesn't have much confidence when facing an opponent like Kyushu Fenglai sword sect that is equally ancient but seems to be more mysterious and unclear. I heard that your surname is Chuang, that you are good at magic and can slay dragons. Lu Chang'an also cupped his hands. He could feel the fear hidden in his eyes, which was a good thing. If you are afraid of Lu Chang'an, you will be cautious in doing things, explore the other party's bottom line, and negotiate rationally, instead of being like Lu Chang'an who easily rubs people into clay pots. This situation means that even if Zhu Huntang falls into the hands of Xiao Kaiming, he is still alive and not dead. Lu Chang'an was annoyed and relieved. It was really annoying that he would worry about the life and death of this stupid beast, because he felt that Zhu Huntang probably wasn't worried about her own safety at this moment. I said my surname was Zhuang to remind them that I was just pretending. Haha. Xiao Kaiming patted the jade piece in his hand, smiled and made an invitation gesture. I don't know, sir, you are here this time. What are you doing? Xiao Kaiming now feels quite frightened. In fact, he is secretly vigilant, guarding against the other party's sudden attack. Last night, Xiao Kaiming found a bit of fog left by the mirage, and saw the blurry scene of the two sides fighting at that time. Last night, the man suddenly it exploded, and then the mirage fell down. The killing process was very blurry and could not be sensed clearly, but the opponent was obviously ridiculously strong. What about the person in front of me? According to public information, he was very young, and only Zhu Yan had seen him take action. He was not as violent as the one last night. Although he had killed the water monkey, he easily let Zhu Yan go. I heard that your business here is very good, so I came to take a look. Lu Chang'an walked a little further inside. The interior of this women's health club has definitely been expanded. Originally, a store like this on an old street would not be very big. The first floor of this club now has more than 200 square meters, which is quite small. The second floor will only be bigger. Nowadays, the number of health clubs in Junsha has decreased a lot, especially those that are in the skin and meat business. There are often only formal projects on the first floor. At this time, you don't have to be disappointed. Just say that you want to do a health spot or something like that, and the clients will observe your words and emotions, and then let you through another door and up and down the stairs to the real adult world. According to Lu Chang'an's observation within Nuan, the second floor of this women's health club is definitely not simple, but he no longer cares about this. These strange beasts are coming towards Tesla. As long as they don't capture Zhu Huntang, Lu Chang'an it won't interfere much. We are basically all male technicians now. There are also people like Zhu Yan, Xiao Kaiming said with a slight embarrassment. He picked up the remote control and pressed it towards the wall. Noon is not the main business time of the club. The lights in the club are dim. At this time, beams of light are shot down from the ceiling. Photos of gold medal technicians are revealed on the wall. Zhu Ni's photo is in the corner. He is actually just a person. Bronze technician. There is no doubt that in a women's health club, a technician like him who likes to suck men probably has a very average business. Xiao Kaiming's photo is actually there. He occupies the first position, and his rank is diamond technician. No wonder he has the confidence to take action against high-income women like Humaji and Jin Xiaomei. It's just that yesterday Guan Yuan and Jin Xiaomei were brought into the air raid shelter in a daze. It seems that this enlightened guard often uses ecstasy and the like during his normal work. No wonder he became the #1 diamond. Technology. Zhu Yan was a bitch-tongued, and Lu Chang'an, who he had once quarreled with, had to talk to him about physics. It was normal for business to be bad. I just want to know, since you got close to Jin Xiaomei through Humaji, have you ever thought about developing Miss Susan as a member here? Lu Chang'an shook his head and asked. That's not true. Miss Susan seems to be worthless and a waste. Xiao Kaiming was stunned for a moment and quickly denied it. From Lu Chang'an's words, Mamoru Kaiming knew that this Lu Chang'an already knew everything that happened last night. If there was a little ambiguity in this situation, maybe he would go on a rampage and kill someone, whether it was the Wu Qinglian next to Fujiwara Quay, or the descriptions of Miss Susan by Jin Xiaomei, Humiji and others showed that this eldest lady was of little value and that kidnapping her would not gain much, but it might mean that the Protoss had irreconcilable hostility towards Tesla. The other person is worthless, but the identity of Miss Takezan is still remarkable. Lu Chang'an clenched his fists and let out a long breath. He didn't know whether to feel humiliated or happy for her. At this time, he actually remembered the various comments he had received from others as Lu He, and he could also understand Zhou Shuling's mood when Zhou Dongdong performed on the stage eating 2 jujubes in one bite, as well as her hot cheeks. Lu Chang'an turned around and walked out. He felt so deeply humiliated that he even forgot to punch Xiao Kaiming to try this strange beast that should be quite powerful. Lu Chang'an walked out of the Women's Health Club and saw Li Hongfang's Mercedes-Benz G63 with the logo of an unknown modification factory. Li Hongfang and Zhou Shuling were whispering to each other next to the car, while pointing towards the Women's Health Club. "Brother Lu," Li Hongfang greeted Lu Chang'an with some surprise. He called him the sect leader in private or when performing a task. When there was a third person, of course he would call him Brother Lu. After thinking about it, Li Hongfang still decided to call him the sect master. There is more joy, and the experience of being a bitch's leg is more joyful, the feeling of being dominated and controlled by him is very satisfying. "Are you working part-time here?" Zhou Shuling looked at Lu Chang'an in surprise and slightly blushing. No wonder he would occasionally press her shoulders or massage her body a few times, and she felt very comfortable. So he was a professional? No, Lu Chang'an immediately denied it. With a mind like Zhou Shuling's, you can only explain it to her right away, otherwise she will soon start to believe it. "What are you doing here?" Lu Chang'an asked. "Didn't you originally plan to go to a bathroom where you can take a shower?" "I just talked to Sister Zhou about science. We women must go to a formal place for maintenance. This one is obviously irregular. The technicians there are all ducks. They are masters of playing with women, but they are definitely not technicians who help women take care of themselves." Li Hongfang quickly explained that she didn't want Brother Lu to suspect that she was taking Zhou Shuling to find a duck. Back then, because she had slandered, or accurately exposed Shang Guandandan and Lu He's scandalous and obscene secrets, she was kicked into the wall of the tomb by Brother Lu. Even her heart-shaped butt did not let him know at all. "Show mercy on your feet." Zhou Shuling and Brother Lu must have had an affair. How about taking Zhou Shuling to a duck shop by herself? I guess it's hard to survive with a heart-shaped ass and heart-shaped breasts. "I'm here to find someone. You go and have some fun. Don't wander around here. The spa in the hotel on the top of Lushan Mountain is pretty good." Lu Chang'an waved his hand impatiently, sent the two of them to the car, and then handed them over. The car pushed forward to give them a ride, slowly. After sending the rice noodle shop duo away, Lu Chang'an contacted the helicopter pilot again and rushed to Zhu Huntang's villa in Xiongda University. At this time, his steps slowed down a lot since it was not a strange beast that was attacking. The chance of Zhu Huntang encountering a real crisis was much less. For Lu Chang'an, there is nothing extraordinary about alien beasts. In the history of life on Earth, even if alien beasts can move mountains and fill seas, so what if they fly into the sky and escape from the Earth? In all kinds of life, being weak is not necessarily less exciting than being strong. Creatures like Zhu Huntang, on the other hand, are much rarer. Countless lives have been born and extinct, evolved and destroyed, but there is no one like her. Even Lu Chanchang is still a gestational sac baby. Why do you say gestational sac baby? Sure enough, Qin Yan'an acted every day, and she felt like she was involved. Even when facing the gestational sac, she had a fatherly attitude and felt that it was a baby. I can understand it. After all, in my long life, I have only made things in the stomachs of Sumei and Qinyanan. It is really hard one, and it is normal to have a different mentality towards them. Lu Chang'an walked to the villa and did not jump directly. Instead, he pressed the password 123,456 to enter the villa, and then went directly from the elevator inside the villa to the helipad on the top floor. This is an improved model of the S-92 helicopter, which can be said to be very famous in the world. It is the presidential vehicle of many countries. It only officially entered the domestic market in 2007, but it is used as a general service model at sea. Mr. Lu, we can leave at any time, Gao Xiao walked down and said more respectfully than Lu Chang'an. Gao Xiao could be assigned by Zhong Qing to collect the corpses, so he was naturally a core figure in the security force. He knew that there was a problem at Nanshan Ranch, and Lu Chang'an rushed to rescue him. It seems that the problem is not small. It is probably the third lady who is in trouble. This makes Gao Xiao a little anxious. If the third lady has a problem, how can those of them who are responsible for security work stay away from it? It's not easy to get a high salary. In many cases, they don't care whether you are directly responsible. A very important point in their work is to prevent safety problems from occurring, not just to solve problems when they occur. Let's go. Lu Chang'an boarded the helicopter. The people waiting below evacuated the stairs. Lu Chang'an went in and took a look. It seemed that Zhu Huntang had used this helicopter to take her to school. The cabin area was more than 10 square meters. In the non-maximum passenger layout, there are only a few seats. We can get to Nanshan in about 2 hours. Gao Xiao told Lu Chang'an that the original S-92 only flew at a speed of 250 km per hour. The improved version was faster but not up to the standard of the one Zhu Huntang took yesterday. It's not a big problem. The key is to find her. She shouldn't be in any danger to her life. Seeing Gao Xiao's worried look, Lu Chang'an reminded. Several other people accompanying him breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Lu Chang'an saw this. Regardless of whether they were afraid of taking responsibility, Zhu Huntang's method of spending money to buy loyalty was still obviously effective. At this time, Lu Chang'an received a message from Zhong Qing. Zhong Qing had already watched the accelerated video with others and was slowing down to continue searching for clues. She did not call the police, but only contacted the Baojun Group's branch in Baoking City and the local Some Company resources, prepared to search on a large scale. In addition to Lu Chang'an's group of people, 2 helicopters have already transported people there, and a professional search and rescue team is driving here from Juncha with equipment. After Lu Chang'an learned about the disappearance of Zhu Huntang, Zhong Qing also informed Sumei. After Sumei knew that Lu Chang'an had gone, she did not give any further orders, but asked Zhong Qing to cooperate with Lu Chang'an and take responsibility. In fact, after Lu Chang'an said he would come to Nanshan, Zhong Qing felt a lot more at ease, but he discovered many problems that he had not thought of just now. Lu Chang'an and Zhong Qing exchanged messages. The mobile phone signal on the helicopter was much better than on the civil airliner. The flying altitude of civil aviation aircraft generally exceeds the base station signal coverage of ground mobile operators, and flying too fast will also affect the reception of mobile phone signals. There is no such problem on helicopters. The flight speed is relatively slow and the altitude is low. It may have some impact abroad. Under such dense base station coverage in China, mobile phone communications on helicopters may be intermittent. But it's not unusable. Lu Chang'an and Zhong Qing maintained communication all the way. When the helicopter landed at the Employee Vacation Center of Baojun Group Baoking branch in Nanshan, the person responsible for checking the video had been replaced by a professional, but there were still no clues. Zhong Qing came to pick up Lu Chang'an. There were professionals there to watch the video, so there was no need for Zhong Qing, Bai Hui and Yan Qingcheng to help. Don't worry, everyone. As long as it's not a kidnapping, Zhu Huntang is basically in no danger. This is a ranch, with cattle and sheep everywhere, and there are no ferocious beasts such as jackals, tigers, and leopards. Apart from the ranch staff, there are not many outsiders. The chance of her temporarily conflicting with others is very small. Lu Chang'an jumped out of the helicopter and said to the people who came to greet him. Bai Hui and Yan Qingcheng did not have the psychological quality of mature working elite women like Zhong Cheng. Their anxious expressions eased after seeing Lu Chang'an. Bai Hui and Zhu Huntang are both fairies, so they are naturally very worried. Yan Qingcheng also feels very bad. Zhu Huntang is naughty and doesn't like to study, but in short she is a very lovable little sister. She must always be safe and happy. Look, don't let anything happen to a girl like this. You continue to prepare lessons. When I find her, let her make up for the lessons she missed today, Lu Chang'an said to Yan Qingcheng. Yan Qingcheng didn't expect that Lu Chang'an was still thinking about tutoring Zhu Huntang. This is like some parents who are full of competition anxiety and anxiety about getting started. As long as their children are not dead, they will continue to learn for me. Find her first and then talk about it. If she is fine, it's okay if she doesn't learn from now on. Bai Hui felt that as long as she was fine, it was more important than anything else. She was really worried when she saw that Lu Chang'an was not jumping up and down. Lu Chang'an walked forward. The landing point of the helicopter was at the football field at the Employee Vacation Center. The most indispensable thing in Nanshan was turf. Flat land may be difficult to find, but it is still possible to build a football field. Behind the football field is the resort building and the backyard. When entering from the back door, there are walls all around. As long as the wall exceeds 1.5 meters, Zhu Huntang should not be able to climb out without the help of outsiders. There is only a camera at the entrance to the backyard, and after entering, there is a resort building. This building does not have a sophisticated and complicated design, it is a very simple three-story design. The entourage lives on the first and second floors, and Zhu Huntang lives on the left-hand side of the third floor. In the large suite, Zhongqing and Bai Finian Qingcheng live in the two small suites on the right. There were people patrolling the first and second floors, and there were cameras. No one could imagine how Zhu Huntang disappeared silently. Lu Chang'an observed the structure of the resort building, and then went to the monitoring room to watch the video with everyone. There is no doubt about it, Zhongqing said with certainty again after exchanging glances with the professionals who reviewed the video. Lu Chang'an reserved his opinion. A fly has compound eyes. It has more than 4,000 small eyes. A dog's eyes respond to color very differently from humans, and they have a 240-degree viewing angle. An eagle's eyes can cover a range of 36 kilometers. Humans, the structure of the human eye may be the same, but the perspective and method of looking at the world are very different. After a rough look, Lu Chang'an discovered the problem. He fiddled with the operating lever and pointed at the screen. This sheep never came back after it left Zhu Huntang's room. Everyone is looking at Lu Chang'an inexplicably. The distinguished third lady is missing, but you pay attention to a sheep? This sheep is Zhu Huntang. Yesterday, he went out for a walk and met an old man holding a sheep. He had to buy someone else's sheep, which cost Zhongqing 3 times the market price. Zhongqing paid in cash because the old man didn't have a payment code. It's back, it's on the video, and then I saw it walking upstairs, and then ran away again. Bai Hui's eyes widened. She was actually watching the video carefully, because Zhu Huntang was always bleeding, so white fennels can't help but pay attention to sheep. Lu Chang'an didn't say anything, and no one noticed that the sheep that ran out first didn't come back at all. So where did the sheep that later appeared and walked around upstairs a few times, then ran away and never appeared again, come from? You all stay here, I'll look for it. Lu Chang'an had suspicions in his heart, but it was hard to be convinced, so he decided to look for it himself. No one had any objections to Lu Chang'an's arrangement. A woman like Zhongqing even had a dependency feeling in her heart that the matter was almost resolved. Oh no, a large group of sheep and cows are rushing towards our resort. Gao Xiao was patrolling on the roof and was the first to notice the abnormality. Everyone ran out and took a breath of cold air. Except for Lu Chang'an, everyone saw so many cattle and sheep for the first time in their lives. It seemed that the cattle and sheep in the entire Nanshan ranch ran over. What? Baa. Moo. Moo. Lu Chang'an had only seen such a dense collection of creatures in Antarctica. It was like a pilgrimage. He looked up and suddenly saw an unusually white sheep standing on the top of a mountain in the distance, looking down at the place with arrogance. The earth looked up to the sky and screamed, "Hey! 10,000 words. If you love me, please donate your monthly votes, rewards and recommendation votes. By the way, if you are willing, you'd better give Joe Dongdong a reward. I hope you can stick with it for a few months and upgrade Joe Dongdong to a first-class star. There are so many first-magnitude stars at the starting point, doesn't Dongdong deserve it?" You are listening to Novels at Bless Up channel. Wish you happiness and luck. Please subscribe to receive new novels. How do you feel about this novel? Please like and leave a comment. I'm really immortal. Author, Chulian Kui Kan Ru Xiahua. Chapter 905. The ice cream, which tastes like milk chocolate, has melted and is flowing on the hillside. White, black, and mixed colors are about to engulf the resort area down the hillside. I have never seen so many cattle and sheep moving together, and everyone present was stunned. The army of cattle and sheep has arrived at the football field. There are 5 large and medium-sized helicopters parked there. Most of the cattle and sheep have avoided these steel behemoths, but 2 or 3 sheep seem not to turn around and collide directly with them. Got a helicopter. Naturally, these 2 or 3 sheep couldn't hit the helicopter. They stood up shaking their heads, bleating and threatening, then retreated and accelerated, and crashed straight into the helicopter. It's not like a metal toy helicopter that doesn't even want $1 million. Their impact is of course useless, but it attracts other bleats to do the same. For a while, many of the sheep were separated to compete with the 5 helicopters. Several bodyguards guarded the gate to the backyard and moved potted plants to block the door. Then Gao Xiao called them to the top floor. Could this mean that all the cattle and sheep from Nanshan Ranch are here? Gao Xiao asked with some horror. If it were on a real battlefield, Gao Xiao would not retreat at all as long as he was not facing an opponent with no chance of winning like Lu Chang'an. However, with so many cattle and sheep here, Gao Xiao felt that he had nowhere to exert his strength. If you prepare enough bullets on the roof of the building and set up an M2 machine gun, you can kill all the cattle and sheep no matter how many. Ever since Gatling invented the Gatling gun, no group of animals has been able to defeat humans. It's a pity that this is China. Not to mention how troublesome it is to get such a thing. Even if he got it, Gao Xiao wouldn't dare to shoot here, and the consequences would be endless. What are they going to do? Bai Hui asked with a giggle, because she always thought sheep were cute animals, especially after she saw the sheep hitting the helicopter. Could it be affected by the climate environment and geographical magnetic field? Could it be that an earthquake or some natural disaster is about to happen? Yan Qingcheng analyzed based on scientific knowledge. Zhongqing is not a little girl. She is more realistic and rational. She should get closer to Lu Chang'an first. No matter what these cattle and sheep are for, it doesn't matter. I have contacted the ranch staff, and they don't understand how this phenomenon occurred, but they have sent experienced herdsmen to help deal with it. The manager of the Baoking branch ran upstairs to report the situation. He was already sweating profusely, and he had a vague feeling that something big had happened to the people from the headquarters here, but he had no way of knowing, which was the most tormenting thing. Let everyone abandon the first and second floors and go directly to the roof so that they can evacuate easily if necessary, Zhongqing ordered. Yes, the branch manager quickly went to convey the order again. At this time, a few cows finally pushed open the backyard door, but the sheep came in first and wandered leisurely in the backyard. I didn't see any purpose of their actions. They ran in and began to bite and pick at various potted landscape plants. He bit the buds. Why do these sheep move with the cows? Bai Hui observed the small animals carefully. Maybe it was Zhu Huntang's constant bleating that made Bai Hui pay special attention to the sheep. Because sheep and cows are both artiodactyl bovids, all the sheep in the world are actually smaller cows. If you shave off the hair of these sheep, you will find that they look exactly like calves. Lu Chang'an talked to Bai Hui to relieve his emotions. Although sheep are irritating, bears are still adorable. Then why do beef and mutton taste so different? Bai Hui gained more knowledge and wanted to discuss scientific knowledge with Lu Chang'an. Lu Chang'an saw that Zhongqing was sending a message and Yan Qingcheng was lying on the edge of the railing watching, so he lowered his voice and said to Bai Hui, "Men and women are both human beings, so why are your chest muscles? No, I mean, why your brain? No, I mean your brain is much simpler than mine." Lu Chang'an moved his tongue in his mouth. Intense emotions can dominate the physiological structure and cause muscle spasms. He often talked to Zhou Dongdong and Shang Guandandan, and was easily misled by their accents. Zhou Dongdong often read his mind as that other word, chapter 117. You, I have a good mind. Bai Hui raised her hands and held her head. Although there were flocks of cattle and sheep downstairs, and the bleating sounds were endless, it was definitely not a romantic atmosphere. Her cheeks were still soft. Pink. It seems that Zhu Huntang's strategy is really effective. Zhu Huntang had said before that Lu Chang'an was very interested in her xiong. She had to give full play to her strengths and make full use of them. Sooner or later, she would be able to charm Lu Chang'an. Although Lu Chang'an is not obsessed yet, there are already signs of this. Look at the messy way he spoke just now. These are the effects achieved by Bai Fen's recent frequent use of the bear's power. Alas, Bai Hui couldn't help but feel sad again. She still needed this sheep-headed strategist who looked unattractive but was actually resourceful. Could it be that Zhu Huntang was captured and locked up in some cellar and suffered humiliation? In many books Bai Hui read, the heroine would be treated like this by the male protagonist. Lu Chang'an once threatened Bai Hui and wanted to lock her up, but Bai Hui was only slightly willing and basically not willing. Lu Chang'an patted Bai Hui's fine head and stood on the roof looking at the sheep on the hillside in the distance. The hair of most Aries is stained by wind, frost, and dust in nature, and most of it turns gray and rough, like a mop that has been barely washed and dried in the sun. This sheep appears to have a particularly noble status, a particularly chic demeanor, and is as airy as a fairy. It is completely different. The color of its hair makes people can't help but sing hair like snow, floating in the mountain wind, every bit of softness. Like a groomed Afghan hound, full of nobility. Just call it the fairy sheep. Lu Chang'an gritted his teeth and gave the sheep a name. This fairy sheep obviously didn't realize that Lu Chang'an had noticed it. The sheep at the foot of the mountain were covered with snow, densely packed, and their bleating sounds were like thunder. Who would have noticed such a unique and independent sheep on the mountain a few kilometers away? The fairy sheep kept bleating on the top of the mountain, running a few steps for a while, making head-down collision gestures, jumping up and down, and sniffing the grass sprouts on the ground from time to time. After a few glances, I finally gave up eating grass. It seemed to be particularly excited and energetic. It rushed down from the top of the mountain and then up again. After a while, it ran back and forth on the slopes of several nearby grassy hills, like some small animal that had just gained freedom and was playing wildly. Oh, it is a sheep, originally a small animal. After running for a while, it lay on the ground on all fours, kicked its hooves for a while, twisted its body and rubbed on the grass, bleating incessantly. After playing, it jumped and dodged, and slowly moved towards the top of the mountain nearest to the resort building. Lu Chang'an withdrew his gaze calmly. At this time, sheep and cattle had surrounded the entire resort building. They seemed to just want to surround the people in the building, and had no intention of attacking humans. They leisurely surrounded the resort building. All the landscape plants were nibbled and the delicious ones were eaten. When they encountered cacti, they were kicked down by the cows and crushed with their horns and feet, and then the sheep came to eat carefully. Several lambs, led by a cow, were paddling in the swimming pool in front of the resort building. Ranch staff and herdsmen have already arrived, and tourists from nearby yurt resorts and Nanshan International Camping Base have also flocked in. Each one of them is holding a mobile phone to live stream the unique landscape of cattle and sheep all over the mountains and plains. There were too many ordinary people, too many cattle and sheep. Lu Chang'an stood on the roof and was not suitable to do anything amazing. He could have driven away the cattle and sheep with a dragon roar, or he could have exuded the aura of super life from them. Shi Shiren walked by in the middle, but it was too eye-catching. Anyway, he has determined what happened with Zhu Huntang's disappearance. Should he eat braised lamb today, stewed lamb, or simply roast a whole lamb? In order not to scare the sheep, Lu Chang'an just used the corner of his eye to focus on the fairy sheep in the distance. It had already crawled to the nearest mountain top, with the sheep's head exposed behind a big rock and looking around, as if it was quietly trying to do something. The way something happens is not exactly the same as that of a certain little fairy who likes to commit suicide. I can only say that it is exactly the same. After receiving reinforcements, the bodyguards, entourage, and servants who were crowded on the roof of the building all went downstairs, trying to break through and work together to create a passage out of the resort building. Only Lu Chang'an, Zhongqing, Yan Qingcheng, and Bai Hui were left on the roof. One was the key figure invited to investigate the disappearance, the other was a high-ranking official of the emperor, and the other two were guests of the princess, so naturally they stayed in the safest place. There is no place to get close to cattle and sheep. Lu Chang'an thought about it and saw that the fairy sheep was still crawling forward. Its target was undoubtedly this building, so Lu Chang'an came downstairs, took a bodyguard's black suit and put it on, and then put on sunglasses and a mask. Returned to the roof and stood behind the three women, holding a 7th-grade math textbook brought by Yan Qingcheng in his hand. He looked like he was just a bodyguard here to protect them. Zhu Huntang is good at buying people's hearts with money, but in fact she doesn't care about these bodyguards personally. She doesn't even show false respect and friendly gestures. What do the bodyguards around her look like? There are probably only a few that she is familiar with. Dots are usually collectively referred to as bread people. Why are you dressed like this? Zhongqing asked curiously. Zhu Huntang probably doesn't know that I'm here yet. I'm going to disguise myself so that she doesn't dare to show up. Lu Chang'an was relatively unsuccessful at training sheep, but he still understood the psychology of sheep very well. Zhongqing quickly looked around and looked up at the sky, because she had the experience of being monitored by Zhu Huntang using a drone, and Zhu Huntang did like to hide and peek at others. After all, those super telephoto lenses that Zhu Huntang bought had high magnification. Zhongqing was in charge of the telescopes and so on, and Zhu Huntang often used her Zeiss custom-made lens to observe Lu Chang'an in the room. There is no doubt that Lu Chang'an meant that Zhu Huntang did not disappear passively, but was hiding somewhere by himself. Zhongqing finally felt relieved and did not doubt Lu Chang'an's judgment. After all, this was someone she would call if she wanted to get drunk. The man who keeps company. Where is she? Yan Qingcheng and Bai Hui also looked around in surprise. They had no doubt that Zhu Huntang did not dare to show up when he found Lu Chang'an. After all, Lu Chang'an never showed mercy to the little fairy, and he also liked to force Zhu Huntang to learn. This was Zhu Huntang's psychological shadow. When he arrived just now, he told Yan Qingcheng that when he found Zhu Huntang, he would start making up classes and not miss any classes. Those who didn't know thought that he thought the tuition fee for Yan Qingcheng was too high and he had to let Zhu Huntang. Tang won't lose until he finishes the class. Lu Chang'an didn't say anything, but his determined attitude was enough to reassure Yan Qingcheng and Bai Hui. Lu Chang'an handed the 7th grade mathematics textbook to Yan Qingcheng, and Yan Qingcheng accepted it with some confusion. "Come over," and then the two girls started to take out their mobile phones and take pictures of the cattle and sheep all over the mountains and fields. The fairy sheep on the top of the mountain crawled for a while, raised its two front hooves and looked at it. Then it raised its body slightly, curled up its front hooves together, and the whole sheep rolled down the hillside. A snow-white dumpling rolling like a snowball pushed down from the top of the mountain immediately attracted many tourists with telephoto lenses to take pictures, and some tourists with mobile phones with 50x and 100x zoom lenses also couldn't help themselves. Start shooting as best you can. If it could be captured clearly, such an interesting sheep video could attract millions of clicks on Douyang. That sheep is so fun. Bai Hui and Yan Qingcheng were standing on the roof of the 3rd floor. They were in a good position. Naturally, they saw it and burst out laughing. Sheep are probably equivalent to huskies among domestic animals. According to the definition of livestock in the traditional sense, dogs are actually domestic animals. However, in the minds of the general public, dogs that are domestic animals should be Chinese pastoral dogs commonly raised in rural areas. General pet dogs are not eligible to be included. Category of livestock. Recently, the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Affairs formulated the National Catalogue of Livestock and Poultry Genetic Resources, draft for comments, which is open to the public for comments. It specifically mentioned that dogs are specialized as companion animals and should not be included in livestock and poultry management. This is a change of the times, but to understand it as the progress of the times and civilization would be a bit stupid and mean without realizing it. 3rd Miss has been bleeding all day long. If she turns into a sheep, she must be. After Zhongqing finished speaking, he suddenly realized something and looked back at Lu Chang'an in surprise. Lu Chang'an was wearing sunglasses and a mask. Zhongqing couldn't see his eyes and expressions. He only felt that he was standing there exuding a sharp aura, like an unsheathed sword, the immortal sheep sword. Zhongqing looked at the sheep rolling down the mountain, then looked back at Lu Chang'an. Lu Chang'an nodded calmly, indicating that she guessed correctly. Zhongqing touched his forehead, staggered 2 steps, avoided the eyes of Yan Qingcheng and Bai Hui, and came close to Lu Chang'an, took his arm, stood on tiptoes and leaned into Lu Chang'an's ear and asked, Are you really the 3rd lady? She will deliver it to her door later, Lu Chang'an said with certainty. You can observe it then. How is that possible? Zhongqing opened her mouth slightly, but a key doubt emerged in her mind. When watching the video, it seemed that the first sheep left and never came back. Where did the second sheep come from? In fact, Zhongqing was not the only one who felt strange at that time, but who would pay attention to sheep? Who is still in the mood to pay attention to sheep? They were all looking for Zhu Huntang with wide eyes. What's impossible? Last year you invited me to a barbecue. You were drunk at the time and asked me if I believed there were immortal people in this world. I said I did. Now I ask you, someone can turn into a sheep. Do you believe it or not? Lu Chang'an smiled slightly. After eating the barbecue that time, Lu Chang'an knew that Su Mei had informed Zhongzhong of part of the truth about the world, Su Mei's own special characteristics, and the evil technology of the Tesla Biological Research Center. Qing, Zongqing's secret-related level has been greatly improved. In fact, Lu Chang'an was left with a convenient person. Just like Suzaikui, Su Mei has great trust in the people she has trained since childhood and is willing to entrust them with important tasks. I believe it. Zhongqing looked at the sheep that was approaching gradually with a complicated expression. He thought no one had noticed him, and his steps became swaggering. Stay away from me, it will come up soon. Lu Chang'an folded his hands in front of his chest and moved with the back of his hands. A little soft, Lu Chang'an lowered his head and glanced. He didn't mean to take advantage. After all, Zhongqing was a mature woman, and she didn't act shy. She just had charming eyes. She was about to take the opportunity to tease Lu Chang'an, but Bai Hui came over with a normal smile on her face. "What are you talking about?" Zhong Qing knew that he was quietly approaching Lu Chang'an, but how could Bai Hui not notice it? This little girl is always staring at Lu Chang'an. "We were talking about Lu Chang'an's love for eating watermelon," Zhong Qing said casually. "Do you like watermelons as big as this?" Bai Hui looked down at her chest and blurted out. "What are you thinking about?" Lu Chang'an waved his hand. "Both sisters, please stay away from me, otherwise Zhu Huntang will find me." As he said that, he changed his position and stood farther away from them. Yan Qingcheng was more tactful, so Bai Hui and Zhong Qing could easily approach him involuntarily. Zhong Qing hugged Bai Hui, laughed and pinched his little cousin's pink cheeks and walked away. At this time, the fairy sheep has integrated into the flock. Its hair can blend into the natural environment like a chameleon, and it has begun to look like other sheep. If Lu Chang'an looks away, it will be difficult to find it again. However, there is something obviously different about it. While other sheep around it are wandering and playing around, it walks straight towards the resort building with a clear goal. Its swaggering posture is clearly determined that no one can find out what it has. Know the same. More and more sheep crowded into the courtyard of the resort building. Many of them even came to the building and jumped up the stairs. A few cows also wanted to go up, but they felt that the stairs were a bit scary, so they gave up. Only some sheep jumped around there, taking advantage of their relatively small size and flexibility. It didn't take long before a few sheep arrived on the roof of the building to expand their exploration territory. Seeing the sheep coming, Zhong Qing and Lu Chang'an looked at each other. Yan Qingcheng smiled slightly, but Bai Hui started shouting. Sheep are one of the domestic animals that are relatively easy to come into contact with even in the city. For example, the mutton skewers are all over the streets. Bai Hui smiled and looked at these supposedly docile and stupid little animals. He also learned to bleat while taking pictures. Call. A white sheep walked up to Bai Hui blankly. Bai Hui greeted the others. "Look, this sheep is so cute." After saying that, he bent down and wanted to take a photo with the sheep, but the sheep didn't. He raised his hoof and kicked Bai Hui's chest. Without exerting much force, Bai Hui only felt surprised and embarrassed. She was stunned for a moment, but the sheep ran away and rushed towards Zhong Qing. Zhong Qing screamed, and the sheep rushed between her legs. Zhong Qing hurriedly raised her legs, and the sheep rushed out from between her legs, and ran towards Bai Hui excitedly. "What are you going to do?" Bai Hui was a little scared but also found it funny. She leaned back and fell to the ground. The sheep also fell down and lay on her body, arching back and forth in her arms. "Haha, this sheep is so weird." Even Yan Qingcheng, who has seen a lot of sheep since he was a child, finds it funny because he has never seen a sheep do this before. It seems to be extremely interested in Bai Fen's breasts. Bai Hui laughed so hard that she couldn't get up, and screamed as she stepped back, because the sheep actually lifted up her clothes, and her underwear was lifted up and lost its effect. Yan Qingcheng quickly patted the sheep with the book in his hand, trying to save Bai Hui. When the sheep saw the book in Yan Qingcheng's hand, its eyes suddenly turned black, and it was so angry that its wool stood on end, and it bit it in one bite. Yan Qingcheng rushed to the side of the book in his hand, shook his head and started biting it, then threw it on the ground, stepped on and scratched it with two hooves, and then kicked the book downstairs with one hoof. "Why, oh, by the way, paper is made of plants, and some sheep will eat books when they are hungry." Yan Qingcheng understood on her own. After kicking the book downstairs, the sheep showed an arrogant expression, approached Zhong Qing again, walked around between Zonking's straight and slender legs, and finally tripped Zhong Qing. Zhong Qing looked at Lu Chang'an repeatedly, but Lu Chang'an was motionless. Zhong Qing could not accurately judge whether the sheep was Zhu Huntang. The strap of her dress was accidentally bitten off by the sheep, and then it followed the same pattern on Zhong Qing. The arms moved back and forth. Zhongqing protected him tightly to avoid being exposed. The sheep stood up triumphantly and was about to move towards Yan Qingcheng again, but suddenly its hooves flew into the air and its tail was pulled by someone. Baa, the sheep turned its head angrily, freed its tail, turned around and hit the bodyguard in black in front of him. How dare you stop me, a mere bread man? Take Benmiai's goat's head hammer. Baa. Lu Chang'an stretched out his hand and grabbed the sheep's head. This familiar feeling of having his head scratched made him extremely frightened. The only one who would have his head scratched like this was that bad old man, Lu Chang'an, the master of the 9 provinces Fenglai sword sect. This sheep is of course Zhu Huntang. After having her head scratched countless times, she has already known that she cannot resist this situation. But now she has become a real fairy, and she can no longer only wear sheep. The battle suit disguises me. After Zhu Huntang pushed hard for a few times, he suddenly stopped, and then Lu Chang'an accidentally stopped keeping close to the sheep's head. Zhu Huntang quickly backed away and jumped from the top of the 3rd floor. What? Zhu Huntang screamed in horror and landed on the ground in an instant. She rolled and found that she was safe. She quickly threw off her hooves and ran away from the sheep like crazy. Unexpectedly, the sadistic forces headed by Zhongqing were so cunning. They quietly invited the evil sheep-taming master Lu Chang'an. He also disguised himself as a bread man. This was a trap for my. It was all him. What a bunch of bad guys. Ah, little lamb, Bai Hui and Yan Qingcheng got up and quickly ran to the railing to look around, only to find that the sheep was running extremely fast. After landing, it got up and ran away without a trace. Is it going to be okay? This is the top of the 3rd floor, which is equivalent to the height of the 4th floor, Yan Qingcheng asked worriedly. Some animals will still run wildly after being injured, but in fact, their internal organs have been injured. Bai Hui was also a little worried. Although the lamb was naughty just now, it still felt very cute. It's okay, let's eat roasted whole lamb tonight. Lu Chang'an took off his sunglasses and mask. He had already marked Zhu Huntang. Even if she wanted to be a wandering Baa, she would be driven back by Lu Chang'an from the ends of the earth. The lamb is so cute, why don't you want to eat the roasted whole lamb? Bai Hui pouted and acted coquettishly to Lu Chang'an pleadingly. Yan Qingcheng turned her head calmly. Although Yan Qingcheng and Bai Hui became more familiar with each other after experiencing the incident of searching for Zhu Huntang, Yan Qingcheng's impression of Bai Hui did not change much. Yan Qingcheng didn't use words like tea or bitch to describe Bai Fen. She just thought of the famous rabbit is so cute, how can he eat rabbit? They are almost the same type of people. Just referring to this kind of performance, Yan Qingcheng discussed the matter and did not directly judge Bai Hui. They have a normal relationship and are not very familiar with each other. Maybe they are not the same at all and just misunderstood. You don't have to eat the roasted whole lamb, but you have to peel the Zhuhuntang. Lu Chang'an walked downstairs. Zhongqing quickly followed. As the leader sheep left, the sheep and cattle that had gathered around the resort seemed to begin to evacuate, chasing each other in the direction where the leader sheep left. The onlookers didn't disperse. They were just out to play. Why don't you watch it for a while if there's a lot of fun? Some people even took recordings with their mobile phones and pretended to interview local herders. An old man with a goatee said that he had even seen Wangbeard before, but he had never seen such a strange thing. The other person seemed to be a young local herdsman, saying that this kind of thing is very common, and you can follow his Duyang to learn more. After the cattle and sheep passed by, the entire resort building became a mess. Fortunately, Zhongqing brought many people and directed everyone to take care of it. I originally wanted to pack a few yurts at the nearby yurt resort, but the manager of the Baoking branch promised that tonight the resort building must be restored to its original state, all cow and sheep manure must be removed, the water in the swimming pool must be changed, and new landscape plants must be brought in. Zhongqing gave up the plan of moving out. After all, there is a helicopter parking area here and it is the territory of Baojun Group, so it will be much more convenient after all. Assistant Joan, you stay here. Yan Qingcheng and Bai Hui, you can go around and have some fun. This is not a place for people to stay now, Lu Chang'an suggested to Yan Qingcheng and Bai Hui. What about you? Bai Hui looked at Lu Chang'an with wide eyes. Those eyes clearly said, I want to play with you, and Yan Qingcheng could see it clearly from the side. I'll go find Zhu Huntang. Going to do business, Bai Hui waved at Lu Chang'an's back, then took Yan Qingcheng's hand and walked out. It's very common for boys to hold hands, but holding hands between girls doesn't mean anything. Unless she is willing to lend you her hundreds of yuan lipstick, then the relationship is still okay. Yan Qingcheng would not misunderstand that Bai Hui held her hand as a sign of goodwill. Yan Qingcheng could feel that as long as she talked to Lu Chang'an, Bai Fei's weasel-like ears would stand up. She always thought that others, like her, coveted Lu Chang'an. Yan Qingcheng feels much better about Bai Hui's cousin Zhong Qing. After all, it turns out that Yan Qingcheng's career expectation is to be a high-paying career elite like Zhong Qing. Let me see if you can send us a car. Bai Hui looked around and said. No need. We actually don't know where to go after we send a car. We'll just walk around here. Let the staff be busy. Yan Qingcheng said it was not necessary. That's what you said. Bai Hui smiled and let go of Yan Qingcheng's hand, because she wanted to arrange her hair, and the sheep just moved back and forth, messing up Bai Hui's twin ponytails. I didn't expect such a thing to happen, however, Lu Chang'an really cares about Zhu Huntang extraordinarily. He rushed over from 400 to 500 kilometers away immediately when something happened to her, and the first thing he did was to ask her to make up lessons. Yan Qingcheng was a little emotional. Girls always have a common mentality. When they see other girls being favored or having a sweet and warm brother by their side, they become extremely envious. Relatively speaking, there are many more girls who fantasize about having a kind of brother and father who only appear in idol dramas than boys who fantasize about having a kind of mother or sister. This kind of mentality is more common among girls. More common in body. Lu Chang'an didn't seem sweet or warm to Zhu Huntang, but Yan Qingcheng always felt particularly comfortable watching Zhu Huntang get along with Lu Chang'an, even if Zhu Huntang was struggling under Lu Chang'an's palm. Kind of. Xiao Tang is that kind of daughter of a god. Everyone wants to pamper her and take care of her. To be honest, Lu Chang'an and I, who were classmates in high school for 3 years, know him quite well. He seems to be the most special to Zhu Huntang. But it's not the kind of love between a man and a woman. Bai Hui spoke with a smile, calmly analyzing in her heart, was Yan Qingcheng hinting? He said that Lu Chang'an's true love for Zhu Huntang is not that Lu Chang'an is interested in him just because he and Lu Chang'an are friends. Look at yourself, if something happened to you, would Lu Chang'an do this to you? It's possible, but maybe I'm overthinking it, because where did Yan Qingcheng come from to imply Bai Fen's position? Bai Hui knows very well that the current mentality of Yan Qingcheng is similar to that of Bai Hui when he was a senior in high school. In fact, he really wants to get close to Lu Chang'an, but he wants to save face and pretends to be noble and cool. Well, it is still a little different. Bai Hui was Lu Chang'an's classmate in high school and was always close to Lu Chang'an. Although Yan Qingcheng was Lu Chang'an's classmate now, she always had to deliberately find something to find Lu Chang'an easily. There is actually a big difference in intimacy between classmates and desk mates. Thinking of this, Bai Hui looked at Yan Qingcheng and pursed her lips into a smile. Bai Fen is a little worried about Yan Qingcheng. When we have dinner together tonight, we must carefully observe every detail to see if Lu Chang'an will give Yan Qingcheng food, and under what circumstances he will give Yan Qingcheng food, before and after. The expression, topic, tone, and eyes cannot be missed. It's just a bit too naughty. Judging from Lu Chang'an's behavior, he discovered that Zhu Huntang disappeared because he was skipping classes. Lu Chang'an hurriedly came from Juncha and found that Zhu Huntang was just naughty. He would probably kill Zhu Juntang, dealt with it miserably. Yan Qingcheng glanced at Bai Hui, looked at the faint smile on Bai Hui's lips, shook her head and chuckled. I was a little helpless, so I ran over to give her tutoring, but she ran away, otherwise I would. You can stay with my mother. Your mother has come to Juncha to play, won't you accompany her? Bai Hui said unexpectedly. Yan Qingcheng, the tutor, is really dedicated, but it's normal. Didn't she take leave to accompany Zhu Huntang, the god? The daughter of the family. Everyone around her has to revolve around her. It doesn't matter, my mother has someone to accompany her. My mother has been with Lu Chang'an's father these 2 days. They are old acquaintances. After Yan Qingcheng finished speaking, she stopped looking at Bai Fen. She didn't mean to target her. Bai Hui has always revealed intentionally or unintentionally that she and Lu Chang'an have an unusual relationship, which makes people feel that she is showing off and is a bit annoying. Yan Qingcheng also said in passing that she hopes Bai Hui will not think that she and Lu Chang'an are old classmates in the future. Relationship seems to be superior in front of Yan Qingcheng. Isn't his father? Bai Hui's eyes widened in shock. Lu Chang'an had always said that he was an orphan. Is his father his biological father? Or stepfather? Or maybe a godfather or something like that? Bai Hui noticed Yan Qingcheng's eyes, closed her mouth quickly, and nodded. He showed me his father's diary. His father is a very knowledgeable, elegant, and humorous person, with such a noble personality, it can be seen between the lines. Sometimes Lu Chang'an gives me the feeling that he has completely inherited all the excellence and character of his father. After saying that, Bai Hui was silently sad. Lu Chang'an's father was not dead. He probably came back to life. Anyway, he was dead before, but now he is alive again. She actually knew it later than Yan Qingcheng. Qingcheng told her. His father's diary. Yan Qingcheng's eyes also widened, but her eyes were usually a bit narrow and long, not round like a bull's eyes like Bai Hui's, so the shock she showed was not that obvious. Yan Qingcheng thought for a while, then did his father's diary mention a person named Yan Hui? Yes. Bai Hui was feeling sad, trying not to show it, so she answered casually without any precautions. She didn't even pay special attention to the name of the person Yan Qingcheng mentioned. Oh, that's my mother. Yan Qingcheng gently brushed her hair with her fingers. I have been entangled in love for many years. Puff. Bai Hui's heart was stabbed by Yan Qingcheng, and blood flowed out. Bai Hui glared at Yan Qingcheng angrily, raised her hands and ran towards the archery area of the scenic spot. She wanted to shoot everywhere. If Yan Qingcheng, if you accidentally enter her range, your life will be in danger. Bai Hui and Yan Qingcheng had a friendly conversation, and they had a good understanding. When they went to play archery together, Lu Chang'an had already left the resort building and walked to the top of the first grass mountain. The sky is clear, the fields are vast, and the grass is blown by the wind, and cattle and sheep can be seen low. Lu Chang'an thought of the Chili song written in the southern and northern dynasties. Although the place described in the poem is under the Yin mountain, the rolling grassy mountains in the south also have such a landscape. In early spring, there is no grass thick enough to hide cattle and sheep on the Nanshan mountain. The wind turbines far and near, and the fan leaves like flying silver leaves are very beautiful. The vast scenery even reminded Lu Chang'an of Wolf House. Sushan. Of course, people today only know the place Li Shiyan Ran, but they can't find the more famous Langju Sushan. Professor Lu Jianxi once discussed the location of Langjugzhu Mountain with an archaeologist who is now very hacked. Professor Lu Jianxi drew a red circle on the north bank of the Kulin River on the map, but he was only a young man at the time. As a professor of biology, his statement will naturally not be accepted by the archaeological community. Later, Gao Xiaosong also claimed that the archaeologist had written a poem is better than my own grandfather and published it in selected works of Guo Moruo. In fact, there is no such book as Selected Works of Guomoruo. It is publicly known that if you spread rumors, fools will get high. When it comes to Guomoruo, some people must say that he dug the Dingling tomb of the Ming dynasty. Please, those who have been criticizing him for digging the grave, go check Wuhan and you will know what is going on. Guo is responsible, but put all the blame on him. It's really the same technique. Lu Chang'an stood on the top of the mountain recalling the past and thinking about the present. After thinking about many things, he began to scan the surrounding sheep. After the originally concentrated cattle and sheep dispersed, they still returned as pasture herds and were scattered across the vast Nanshan grassland. Zhu Huntang probably didn't realize from beginning to end that she was completely different from other sheep. The other sheep all had a chip mark on their ears. Of course, Lu Chang'an did not need such a chip to find her. Just like he attached a hair to Jinho and took care of Jinho that night. Today, Zhu Huntang will become a piece of grass on this green grassland. He could dig her out. After Lu Chang'an looked around, he walked faster in one direction and saw about 100 sheep there starting to panic. The sheep fled in all directions, but they were obviously controlled by a certain fairy to try to stop Lu Chang'an's pursuit. This place was deserted except for cattle and sheep. Lu Chang'an sneered. While running among the sheep, he took off his clothes and chased the Xianmei who was running away in panic. Hey! A cry like a dragon's roar resounded through the grassland. Lu Chang'an got down on all fours, bent down and jumped, then turned into a dragon and a sheep, and ran towards the fairy. If he were to play like a sheep in front of you, then, let you see the real arrival of dragon and sheep. Phew, the two 10,000-word chapters I owed last time have been completed. I'm asking for your monthly votes. Thanks to Boss Ning 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 for the reward of 130,000 starting coins, thank you for supporting Joe Dong Dong with 30,000 starting coins, and wish the boss immortality and immortality. Thank you for the 10,000-word chapter tomorrow. I'm really immortal. Author, Chu Lian Kui Kan Ru Xiahua. Chapter 906. Zhu Huntang is running away in panic. She is very scared because she still wants to play. Once caught, Lu Chang'an will definitely force her to study. But she didn't expect that Lu Chang'an was like a madman, throwing clothes and running around in front of countless men, women, old sheep and lambs in the vast prairie, and then he also turned into a sheep. Zhu Huntang dug a few holes in the grass with his fluffy hooves. He steadied himself and froze in place, looking straight at the sheep Lu Chang'an had turned into. I didn't expect that the adventures of the fairy sheep in Chang'an that he once ordered to be produced would be so prescient, and he could really turn into a sheep. This sheep Chang'an has a body shape between an ordinary goat and an African eland. The hair on its body is as elegant as the snow-white hair of Zhu Huntang, but there is also a faint golden color shining through it. It holds its head forward and is broad-minded and majestic. Xian Yang. The most eye-catching thing is its horns, which are a kind of purple that is made of gemstones. That kind of purple shines with blue-purple light between the mountains and grassland scenery. The light from the two horns is intertwined, as if there is electric light. Flash. Yang Chang'an lowered his head and looked over, but there was no trace of the docility and harmlessness of herbivores, more like ferocious wild beasts. It is not big in size, but its momentum is like rolling cloud waves, covering the entire mountain grassland, making all living creatures tremble and feel that the most primitive king of life has arrived here. Yeah! Zhu Huntang screamed in surprise, then ran around in a circle on the grassland, bleating, and led the scattered sheep around. Thousands of sheep were called over by Zhu Huntang, surrounding Lu Chang'an from all directions, forming an open space of about 20 or 30 meters around him. Zhu Huntang stood in the open space, barked at the surrounding sheep, and then stared blankly at Lu Chang'an with the other sheep. Lu Chang'an was stunned for a moment. It was the first time that he was surrounded by so many dumb sheep, but he could understand what Zhu Huntang was calling, "Baa, baa, did you see it? This is my boss, he is the big fairy sheep, and I am the little one. Fairy sheep. Lu Chang'an raised his hoof, a little annoyed. He had transformed to scare Zhu Huntang, but instead she came to watch him with a group of sheep. Do you want to save her some face in front of her sheep subordinates? As soon as this idea came up, Lu Chang'an killed it. He raised his two front hooves, and the whole sheep stood up, looking up to the sky and shouting, "Hey!" A violent momentum surged out, and the surrounding sheep were frightened and fled in all directions. When Zhu Huntang saw that he had exposed his flaw, he rushed over without hesitation and used her sheep's head to hit him as a male fairy sheep. The most vulnerable position, then turn around and run. Lu Chang'an straightened his body stiffly, then fell to the ground with his forelimbs, regained his human form, and sat slowly on the ground. He still underestimated the extent to which Zhu Huntang could cause cerebral hemorrhage. His heart didn't explode today, but it felt like the sheep genetic material production ball just exploded. Lu Chang'an watched Zhu Huntang leave in a flash. He stood up slowly and put on his clothes, pants, and shoes. He held a belt in his hand and headed towards the trail of grass, ash and smoke left visible on the grassy mountain. Zhu Huntang chased after him. Zhu Huntang, if I don't skin you today, I will take your surname. After a short while, Lu Chang'an caught Zhu Huntang, tied a belt around her neck and dragged her back. Zhu Huntang pressed his limbs against the ground, scraping up the turf with his hooves, as if he was being pulled to plow the ground. His neck was bent back. This bad old man didn't say a word. It was really scary. He probably really did it today. The skin will be peeled off by him. Lu Chang'an called Zhongqing and asked her to prepare the kitchen and leave it for him to do some things. When Zhu Huntang heard the word kitchen, he immediately jumped up, lay on Lu Chang'an's back, and attacked Lu Chang'an with both front hooves. So Lu Chang'an untied the belt from around her neck, tied up her forehooves, and carried her back. "Hey!" Zhu Huntang shouted in despair as he was sent to the kitchen. Lu Chang'an threw her aside, then looked at the equipment in the kitchen and found a stainless steel iron pot that could be used for a pot bath. He filled it with water and put it on the stove to heat. "Baa, baa." Zhu Huntang twisted her body and cried, but she was a little curious. Did he really want to cook her? Do not believe. Lu Chang'an felt that if she didn't teach her a lesson, she would really become lawless. After placing his phone at an angle and starting to record the video, Lu Chang'an took the kitchen shears and started shearing Zhu Huntang's sheep. But, Zhu Huntang was shocked and angry. Lu Chang'an once showed her a video of a lamb being sheared. At that time, Zhu Huntang felt the same way, feeling frightened and humiliated. He didn't expect that she would turn into a cute bleeding girl now. Lu Chang'an was right, she took matters into her own hands. If a lamb has no hair, isn't it naked? Zhu Huntang's fur is so soft and thick, which serves to hide her shame. She is a fairy after all, can she be as shameless as ordinary sheep? But because her limbs were tied and Lu Chang'an was suppressing her, Zhu Huntang was powerless and could only let Lu Chang'an stick to the sheepskin and shear her wool cleanly. Zhu Huntang raised his head from time to look at his sheared wool, and howled drink from his mouth, no longer baa. After shearing the sheep, Lu Chang'an picked up Zhu Huntang and pointed at the pot of water on the stove. Zhu Huntang was stiff and had no time to struggle or scream, so he was thrown in by Lu Chang'an. "What?" Zhu Huntang screamed one last time, his limbs straightened and his whole body stiffened, which actually triggered the sheep's stress response and made him freeze up and faint. In fact, the water was just a little hot, so Lu Chang'an fished her out and wrapped her in the white cloth used to steam buns in the kitchen. Zhongqing was waiting outside the kitchen. Although she obeyed Lu Chang'an's instructions, she was always a little worried. What if Lu Chang'an was so angry that he really hurt Zhu Huntang? Seeing Lu Chang'an coming out with Zhu Huntang in his arms, Zhongqing quickly touched the unconscious sheep and whispered, "Is this the third lady?" Is she okay?" Zhongqing asked carefully as he touched the sheep's body and followed Lu Chang'an upstairs. It's okay. I just want to scare her. She will be honest when she wakes up. Lu Chang'an looked at Zhongqing. According to the rules of dealing with people formed by the previous social relationships, Zhu Huntang should have kicked him just now. It's up to Zhongqing to help him heal and comfort him. Forget it, now he is a young man of the new era who adheres to the core socialist values. He cannot always pay attention to the style and methods of doing things of the old masters. Zhongqing is not Zhu Huntang's maid, who has to replace this and that for her young lady. However, from last year to now, Zhongqing has also grown a lot compared to when she first came to Junxia, and her whole temperament is more mature and capable. This kind of woman who is calm, smart and capable in front of others, and charming and enchanting behind others does have a very special personality. Same charm. This is what her little cousin Bai Hui lacks. A girl like Bai Hui has her own characteristics and beauty, but it is too superficial to always try to capture Lu Chang'an with the power of a bear. Is Lu Chang'an someone he can capture with just the strength of a bear? Really looking down on people? Zhongqing stared at the sheared Zhu Huntang. If she hadn't been exposed to the secrets of the Tesla Biological Research Center, she wouldn't have believed that a person could turn into a sheep. Yan Qingcheng and Bai Hui haven't come back yet. The attendants on the third floor are only allowed to come up when they need to be summoned. Lu Chang'an walked into Zhu Huntang's large apartment with the sheep in his arms and threw the sheep on the ground. Why does it look like it's cooked? Zhongqing quickly pulled the white cloth on which the steamed buns were steamed. The wool had been cut cleanly, and there was no hair left around the sheep's buttocks. Does this count as Zhu Huntang being exposed by Lu Chang'an? Zhongqing was a little entangled with this issue. He felt that it didn't count, but it didn't seem so justified to say it didn't count. But looking at Lu Chang'an's appearance, he didn't regard Zhu Huntang as some cute little you and was attracted to him at all. To him, Zhu Huntang was a creature with no reproductive temptation. Thinking of this, Zhongqing felt that it was normal. Let alone Zhu Huntang, for a mature woman like herself, didn't he knock her down with a knife? What temptation did she show? Zhongqing touched Zhu Huntang's sheep's butt a few times with an expressionless expression. Her little cousin seems to be more successful in this regard. According to Bai Hui's self-promotion, she found that Lu Chang'an would sometimes cast his eyes on her chest. Girls are actually quite sensitive to whether others are looking at their breasts, so Bai Hui's statement should be a bit credible. This made Zhongqing puzzled. Today he bumped into it by chance, but there was no reaction at all. Is mine not as good as white anise? Next time I have a chance to take a bath or something with Bai Fen, I can compare it. It was not cooked. I absorbed the mutated activity in her body, and she returned to her human form. Lu Chang'an untied the belt that bound the sheep's limbs, and reached out to hold the sheep's chest. But at this moment, Zhu Huntang jumped up, ran into the locker room, and kicked the door shut with a hoof. Lu Chang'an clapped his hands. He didn't know when he woke up. Now she ran into the dressing room. She probably didn't intend to delay the time to change back to human form. Her hair had been cut off, and she looked so embarrassed and ugly. She probably didn't either. It will be fun. Then she was resisting Lu Chang'an's absorption of the mutated activity in her body, and wanted to transform back into a human form. Zhu Huntang, could she control the transformation on her own? This possibility is extremely high. She must be able to control the transformation, so she didn't panic at all after turning into a sheep and had so much fun. Lu Chang'an glanced at Zhongqing and wanted to tell Zhongqing not to tell Sumei about Zhu Huntang's changes, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget it. Zhongqing was Sumei's person after all, and it would be too difficult for Zhongqing to do this. Someone like Yechenai would definitely not consider this. Lu Chang'an is really a gentle and considerate ordinary young man. Good. Miss Third, Zhongqing put his ear against the door of the dressing room and heard the sound of getting clothes inside. He couldn't help but be overjoyed and called out tentatively. The sheep would definitely not get clothes to put on. Only Zhu Huntang, who had returned to his human form, would want to put on clothes. Zhongqing breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, his curiosity about strange events exploded extremely strongly. Come out. Zhu Huntang remained silent inside. Zhongqing returned to Lu Chang'an and asked, how could she turn into a sheep? Can I change? What, you want to become a sheep? Lu Chang'an asked with a smile. Zhongqing's first question was normal, but most people would not ask the second question. No, only innocent girls would dream of turning into animals. Real women know that turning into animals is too dangerous and will be frightened when facing the human world. Zhongqing shook his head and touched his neck. But if it turns into a small animal kept at home, a cat or dog that will never let go when held by its owner on a rope, that's okay. Lu Chang'an shook his head. Sure enough, women are all crazy. Zhongqing's words also reflect people's past experiences and psychological conditions. Zhongqing is obviously the type of person who lacks a sense of security. He is also afraid of being abandoned and having no one to follow. Zhu Huntang turns into a sheep and runs out to play. Just like her personality, she is typically heartless. She is not afraid of anything going wrong, just afraid that it won't be big enough to be fun. People like An Nuan, Bai Hui, Qin Yanan, Shang Guandandan, Li Hongfang, and Yan Hui probably have different animals they want to become. No Zhou Dongdong? Because everyone knows that Zhou Dongdong wants to become an eagle and fly to the sky to catch birds to eat. Zhongqing picked up Lu Chang'an's belt, wrapped it around his neck, locked the buckle, and then handed the remaining length to Lu Chang'an. Lu Chang'an held the belt. These beautiful women like to tease and seduce people. Most men really can't stop their little tricks. Fortunately, he is not an ordinary man. Do men all like women to act like animals? I heard that men are actually animals with cross-species desires. For example, after many men raise cats, they not only fantasize about their cats turning into beautiful girls all day long, but even he can also lick the cat's butt. Zhongqing was already squatting, then moved his waist and knelt on the carpet, and softly called out, meow. Lu Chang'an held the belt and pulled Zhongqing up, and couldn't help but said with some worry, I don't like it. I'm just worried that one day, master and servant, one of you will turn into a sheep, and the other will turn into a cat, and we will become a mess. Ah, it's a bit tight, please help me loosen it. Hearing what he said, Zhongqing couldn't help but laugh. If the master and servant really turned into sheep and cats, then the sheep would probably run around and the cats would chase them everywhere. Smiling at the scene, he felt his neck was a little uncomfortable being tied up by the belt, and quickly asked Lu Chang'an for help. She tightened the belt a little, so Lu Chang'an had no choice but to get closer and press the skin on her neck, and carefully loosen the buckle. At this time, Zhu Huntang came out of the dressing room and saw the two people making love to each other. He was furious and jumped from the middle. He squeezed past, pressed Zhongqing's chest with one hand, and pressed Lu Chang'an's chest with the other, separating the two of them. Sure enough, Zhang was still old and spicy, and Bai Hui tried her best, but her cousin had already become as powerful as a fox and a tiger. Zhu Huntang understands the idiom fox fakes tiger's power. A tiger will allow a little fox to borrow its power, of course because it tastes the taste of the little fox. In short, the meaning of this idiom has nothing to do with idioms such as go to bed in embarrassment and pansy's love. The difference? Zhu Huntang glared at Lu Chang'an angrily. She had just transformed back into her human form in the dressing room. When she checked her body, she discovered that she and Lu Chang'an had a shaving feud from now on. You still dare to stare at me? After dinner in the evening, I will let Yan Qingcheng teach you. Lu Chang'an grabbed Zhu Huntang's ear and said to Yan Qingcheng, that seventh grader who was kicked off the roof by her math class, Did you pick it up? I picked it up. Although a few pages were torn out, those pages seemed to have been finished with rational and irrational numbers, Zhongqing said. Bah! Yesterday, Yan Qingcheng gave me a lesson on rational numbers and irrational numbers. I couldn't understand it at all, and it was all in vain. Bah! 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 Zhu Huntang was still very impressive even though his ears were pulled, and he stretched out his hand. Zhongqing took a bite of her chest. It turned out that when she turned into a sheep, she should have bitten her chest. At that time, she was too compassionate. Seeing that she still looked so arrogant, Lu Chang'an understood. She found out that Lu Chang'an didn't make her into boiled mutton after all, and she was arrogant. She happened to have the belt removed from Zongqing's neck, and Zhu Huntang was press her down on the bed and lift up her skirt, causing a burst of convulsions. After the whipping, Lu Chang'an threw away the whip and sat by the bed. Zhu Huntang lay on the bed and cried loudly. This bad old man was so violent. I wonder if he would use saliva to smear his ass. If he stays later, Scar, Zhu Huntang cried for a while and found that Zhongqing was watching. Lu Chang'an sat there without saying a word, with no intention of treating her but. Qin Yinan is more caring. Although Qin Yinan is a pregnant woman with brain problems, she still acts like she feels sorry for the little fairy and helps Zhu Huntang heal her injuries. You put your saliva on me, at most, I won't say that you kissed my butt indirectly. Zhu Huntang's shoulders twitched and he gave in to Lu Chang'an. Tell me first, how did you disappear last night, from beginning to end, in detail? Although the truth of the matter has been analyzed to a close, we still need to listen to the person involved to explain clearly. Yesterday, I came here yesterday and stayed in the room. I just felt that my whole body was about to explode with anger. I still remember the first time I met you on the rooftop of Bailong Center. What did I say to you? A real prison binds your heart, making you feel that the world is huge, but there is nowhere to escape, and it is difficult to even breathe. The people who guard you are not the jailers, but countless all kinds of people with all kinds of thoughts. The ghostly eyes. When I came here, I felt that there were only 4 words in everyone's eyes when they looked at me: hurry up and study. Zhu Huntang pressed his buttocks with his backhand, and when he spoke, he felt like he couldn't even breathe. Feeling free. After running out by myself last night, I was able to play freely on the grassland. What a joy it was! Of all the sheep, none of them asked Zhu Huntang to study. Well, go on. Lu Chang'an was unmoved. Zhongqing felt a little distressed. In fact, the third wife had been a little indulgent towards Zhu Huntang in the past. Maybe the third wife just knew that this was not going to work, so she handed Zhu Huntang over to Lu Chang'an, who could strictly discipline her. The more I thought about it, the angrier I became. I felt like I was going to die. When I saw the sheep running freely on the grassland outside the window, I thought that if I could become a sheep, I could sneak out to play, but it turned out I just thought about it, and then I really turned into a sheep. Zhu Huntang recalled the experience of discovering that he could change into a sheep yesterday, and couldn't help but reminisce with relish. That's great. Zhu Huntang glanced at Lu Chang'an. What was he thinking in his mind when he turned into a sheep? Why did he have to turn into a sheep? Did he think Zhu Huntang would be afraid of him if he turned into a sheep? I really don't know what is going on in his mind. How can sheep be afraid of sheep? At most, he is the great immortal sheep and she is the little immortal sheep. He also stood upright to expose the yang of the sheep. How could Zhu Huntang not attack him? That's what happened when you came to the employee vacation center and entered the room. But then you seemed to have returned to your human form and walked around with Bai Hui and Yan Qingcheng. You were already planning at that time. Did you run away? Lu Chang'an nodded and asked. Zhu Huntang laughed twice and sniffed again. It was normal for a girl to cry and laugh at the same time. I was making a plan when I was walking outside. I bought a sheep and brought it back. This way, when I turn into a sheep and come out of the room, most people won't notice that there are actually 2 sheep leaving. This can maximize the number of sheep left. It plays a role in confusing me, Zhu Huntang snorted. If you hadn't come here, I believe they still wouldn't be able to figure out how I disappeared. Zhu Huntang secretly regretted in his heart. A wise man will always make mistakes. He should not have let Zhongqing come over yesterday. If Zhongqing was not here, someone would not come to Luchang'an right away, and his free time would be extended. How good would it be if you used your intelligence in studying? Luchang'an glared at her, lifted up her skirt, spat on her butt, then turned and left the room. Zhongqing helped Zhu Huntang half take off her underwear and smoothed Luchang'an's saliva on her butt. How come you are so familiar with this matter? Zhu Huntang asked strangely while wiping his tears. Didn't you just say that his saliva can heal your butt? Zhongqing also felt that Zhu Huntang's question was a bit strange. Isn't this an obvious thing? Humph, it must be because you have been overpowered by him, so you have full confidence in him, and you think that his saliva has this function, of course. Most people would find it strange, and it would be silly to wipe saliva on your butt, Zhu Huntang snorted. These stupid women, the subconsciousness revealed in their words and deeds can be clearly seen before Zhu Huntang's eyes. Zhongqing didn't understand what being bullied by him meant, but it felt like her relationship with Luchang'an was extraordinary. Zhongqing didn't have any objections. The third wife didn't give any direct instructions or orders, but she revealed what she meant. Yes, or she must win over Luchang'an at all costs and make him a member of her side. With the tacit approval of the third wife, Zhongqing certainly has no psychological barriers, and even strengthens his support for his little cousin. How can a man resist a sister? Third miss, I think acting coquettishly is more useful than deliberately fighting, Zhongqing advised earnestly. You have discovered it, too. Even if you can change into a sheep, Luchang'an can catch you. Even if you are Sun Wukong, you can't escape. Come out of the palm of Tathagata Buddha, Luchang'an. Why can't Sun Wukong escape from Tathagata Buddha's palm? I want to make a movie. Sun Wukong not only escapes from Tathagata Buddha's palm, but also pierces the bags all over Tathagata Buddha's head, and then Tathagata Buddha bleeds all over his head. A puss. Zhongqing let out a long sigh. After Luchang'an left Zhu Huntang's bedroom, he went to the kitchen to collect all the wool, and then went to the roof of the resort building again. Looking at the vast pasture, Luchang'an's mouth finally curved slightly. Zhu Huntang really made him so angry that he also beat and scolded her. He had seen this kind of thing many times. Zhou Dongdong always made Zhou Shuling jump with anger, and in the end he just beat Zhou Dongdong. After scolding me, what else can I do? The most important point is that Luchang'an discovered that Zhu Huntang was not a simple parthenogenetic breeding. The ability to change she acquired was no different from Aurora turning into a human or Mrs. Karnstein turning into a bat. But in fact there is a big difference. Let's not talk about Aurora's transformation. She has experienced millions of years of super life, but Mrs. Karnstein received his reward and help, and gained the ability to change due to the push of external forces. Including Xiaoqing has also experienced thousands of years of practice. Where is Zhu Huntang? She can do it herself. She is just a cub. Once she transforms into a sheep, she will be able to rule the entire Nanshan ranch, and Wanmi will come to court. Who can inherit this rank ability that can directly suppress other creatures? How many years has it been? Luchang'an walked outside the railing, hooked the solace of his feet on the edge of the building, and hung upside down. He glanced through the window. Zhu Huntang was rolling around on the big bed in the bedroom. Zhongqing was packing up her books and study materials. Luchang'an was not there either. He greeted them and jumped down from the building. After walking out of the resort building, Bai Hui and Yan Qingcheng had come back from playing. Judging from their expressions, they seemed to be a little unfinished. In addition to the ranch, there is also Senling Park in this area. It can be said to be a very large tourist resort. It is not a day at all. It can be played in 2 days. Is Xiao Tang back? Bai Hui asked quickly when he saw that Lu Chang'an seemed to be in a good mood and smiling. Yeah, Lu Chang'an nodded. Is there anything else good? Yan Qingcheng was more thoughtful. Zhu Huntang escaped on purpose. If he had just found her, Lu Chang'an would have beaten Zhu Huntang and felt a little refreshed. But this feeling of spring breeze is impossible. Lu Chang'an's good mood is definitely not because Zhu Huntang is back. Haha, it's not a good thing. It's a very common thing. Just like your mother, you are very thoughtful. Lu Chang'an nodded. He didn't deliberately hide his emotions. Ordinary people have to behave like ordinary people. He looked like he was laughing and cursing. I am also very careful, Bai Hui said quickly, and was secretly surprised. Her vigilance was indeed correct. Yan Qingcheng had been paying close attention to Lu Chang'an. Otherwise, how could she tell at a glance that Lu Chang'an was there because of something else? Happy. Lu Chang'an nodded towards Bai Hui. I understand, you are smarter than Yan Qingcheng, and you are more charming than An Nuan. Bai Hui really likes to be competitive. He used to compete with An Nuan, but now he doesn't know why he is fighting with her again. Yan Qingcheng was in trouble. Really? Bai Hui looked around and patted the grass clippings on Lu Chang'an's pants. Based on this grass clipping, I can judge that you captured Xiao Tang on the grassland. Good eyesight. Yan Qingcheng nodded and praised. Bai Hui looked at Yan Qingcheng with some suspicion. Was she sarcastically saying that Bai Hui actually had no vision? Does this mean that if Bai Hui is really discerning, he shouldn't pester Lu Chang'an and the like? Bai Hui pouted. In fact, she was not pestering Lu Chang'an at all. Just like when she was invited to play by Zhu Huntang at Nanshan Ranch, Lu Chang'an came later, with some kind of providence. Just meet. By the way, I came to Nanshan because I wanted to shoot the MV here. I happen to have some scenes to shoot at night. Can you help me shoot them? In this case, Bai Hui decided to make a generous invitation. This was a chance encounter. Ah, where is her deliberate arrangement? I hope Yan Qingcheng can figure it out a little bit. No problem. Lu Chang'an said to Yan Qingcheng again, would you like to take some photos? The night view of Nanshan is very beautiful. The grasslands and windmills under the night are easy to take pictures. No, you guys go ahead and take pictures. I have to give Zhu Huntang extra lessons in the evening. I'm not here to play. Yan Qingcheng glanced at Bai Fen and felt that Bai Fen had aimed at Yan Qingcheng countless times when he was playing archery. I have something else to do today and I am too lazy to get involved, so Bai Hui has something in her heart and always feels that others are the same as her. When Bai Hui and Yan Qingcheng returned to the Baojun Group Employee Holiday Center, the entire resort building was cleaned up, and even the green plants were moved in. This was a matter of course for Zhongqing and Zhu Huntang. Reflecting in the eyes of Bai Hui and Yan Qingcheng, they were impressed by their wealth. You must know that when the two went out, this place was still in a mess due to disaster, but now there is no trace left. The manager of the Baoking branch is obviously very accommodating. He moved a large barbecue grill and prepared a roasted whole lamb that was roasted until it was 6 mature, so that the distinguished guests could enjoy the whole lamb roasted by themselves. It's fun without spending too much time and energy. The kitchen of the resort building prepared other barbecue ingredients, such as whole chickens, pigtails, cow ears, cow hooves, pig whips and bull whips, etc. The kitchen master was thoughtful and considerate. Although there were many servants, there was only one real male guest. Give him some advice, otherwise how can he control the familiar assistant Zhong and her cousin? Everyone could see that both assistant Zhong and her cousin were clinging to the man named Lu Chang'an. They would get bumped against him from time to time, and they wanted to hang on him. There is a dining table next to the large barbecue grill where the whole lamb is roasted. There are mountains of delicious food. Lu Chang'an carefully controls the final heat of the roasted whole lamb. He is targeting me. Zhu Huntang naturally sat alone at one end of the long dining table. He glanced at Lu Chang'an, who was playing with the roasted whole lamb, and immediately realized the truth. He wanted to eat lamb while eating barbecue outside, but at Qin Yinan's house eating sheep's eyes means always eating sheep, and you are targeting me, the fairy sheep. It shouldn't be. Bai Hui stood next to Zhu Huntang. She hadn't sat down yet. When Lu Chang'an and I went to have barbecue, he always wanted to eat mutton eggs. You don't have this. Zhu Huntang expressed doubts, but according to the context prompts, he understood and couldn't help but laugh. Lu Chang'an always eats goat eggs. It must be because he predicted that one day the goat eggs will explode and eat some of the reserves. The shape complements the shape, ha ha ha. You laugh so obscenely. Bai Hui grabbed Zhu Huntang's shoulders and pushed him around, laughing too. I'm wondering whether I should eat mutton today. Don't eat it. In fact, there is no real rejection. Eat it. There are some things, objects similar. Everything of its own kind. Yan Qingcheng, who was sitting on the left, closer to the barbecue, helped Zhu Huntang correct the idiom. After spending a long time with Zhu Huntang, sometimes he unknowingly became her narration and supplementary machine. Objects of their own kind. Zhu Huntang nodded and repeated, although she would still use objects of the same kind habitually next time. She pouted and watched Lu Chang'an roasting the sheep with interest, and there was always a feeling that she was being put there by him. Fiddle with the grill cut feel. Zhongqing brought the table wine over, just as Lu Chang'an cut the first plate of barbecue and placed it in front of Zhu Huntang. Is there a conspiracy? Zhu Huntang crossed his hands in front of him, and was frightened and alert. Although she is a noble little fairy, she has never had any status in front of the old man, even in Zhu Fenglai. She was also on an equal footing with a dog in the Jianmen. He actually brought the head plate in front of her instead of giving it to his dear bitch leg Zhongqing, or to the little white bear Bai Hui who he could lean over. It was really too much. It's suspicious. Eat it as you are told. Lu Chang'an was about to cut the second plate of barbecue. Zhu Huntang pushed the dinner plate further away, then grabbed the edge of the table with both hands, lowered his body to observe the plate of barbecue, his eyes lingered on the others, and randomly selected the white fennel. Fen, you take a bite first. Lu Chang'an turned around and glared at Zhu Huntang. Zhu Huntang tilted his head and suddenly no longer doubted it. If the old man wants to deal with himself, does he still need to poison him? As long as he gave instructions, he should marinate himself, roll around in the pile of seasonings and oil, and then climb on the barbecue grill to put himself on. Anyway, he would not be able to escape from the palm of his hand in the end. Oh, Zhu Huntang was no longer interested in filming a movie about Sun Wukong running out of the palm of Tathagata Buddha's hand, and there was no point in popping the pustule on Tathagata Buddha's head. Lu Chang'an cut a few plates of meat and sat down to eat with everyone. Bai Hui also went to get some other ingredients and sat next to Lu Chang'an. The chef took over the grill and grilled various other ingredients until they were delicious and delicious. They served them one by one for everyone to eat like pigs. After dinner, Lu Chang'an sent Yan Qingcheng to Zhu Huntang's suite to prepare lessons for Zhu Huntang. Knowing that even if he turned into a sheep, he would not be able to escape the fate of making up classes, Zhu Huntang slumped on the sofa holding a pillow that looked like a two-dimensional anime character. Is your pillow core not in place? Yan Qingcheng saw that the upper part of the pillow was bulging, and wanted to help Zhu Huntang put the pillow core in place. No, Zhu Huntang immediately cheered up and introduced delicately, I put prosthetic breasts in it, and they look just like the real thing. Ah, Yan Qingcheng raised her hands to cover her face. She was so ashamed. How could such a thing exist? Zhu Huntang is still playing this. Lu Chang'an sighed. He knew that this kind of thing would only be purchased by otakus who are addicted to the second dimension. The characters on the pillow can be customized, as can the pillowcase, pillow core, and the prosthetic breast placed in it. The whole set is about 600-700 yuan is a lot of money for a pillow. Looking at the 3D effects of Zhu Huntang's anime characters, the price may be even higher. Where has Yan Qingcheng ever seen such a weird thing? The breasts of this anime character are similar to Teacher Qin's, and it makes girls blush just looking at them. Let's go to class. Yan Qingcheng shook his head and took out the 7th grade mathematics volume that was kicked downstairs by the sheep today. You told me about rational numbers last night, but you haven't started yet. If you don't teach the first few pages, how can I understand the rest? Zhu Huntang spread her hands and tore out the first few pages. Yes, this is the disadvantage of being a sheep. It is not very convenient to tear the book with your hooves. It doesn't matter. I have reviewed it again and memorized it all. I will repeat it to you carefully, Yan Qingcheng said in a calm tone. A scumbag is always so naive in front of a top student. Zhu Huntang stood up immediately. Her operation was so alert, but it was meaningless. Just as he was about to think of something else to say, Lu Chang'an slapped Zhu Huntang on the head. Ah! You hit me on the head and I feel dizzy. Zhu Huntang took the opportunity and fell on the sofa. Lu Chang'an took a long breath and said to Yan Qingcheng, "Take her slowly, I'll leave first." After saying that, Lu Chang'an walked out of the room and went to Bai Hui's room. Seeing Lu Chang'an actually closing the door and walking out, Zhu Huntang sat up strangely and looked at Yan Qingcheng in disbelief. "Are you going to let me go like this? Aren't you happy if he doesn't beat you?" Yan Qingcheng pulled Zhu Huntang to sit at the desk and began to lecture her. Lu Chang'an came to Bai Hui's room. Bai Hui had already prepared all the equipment and props for tonight's shooting. "Just you and me." Lu Chang'an looked at a lot of things and felt that they were enough to make a small movie. He didn't expect that Bai Hui was so well prepared for this shooting, except for manpower. "Slowly shoot, the main thing is to shoot the material. It doesn't mean that we have to shoot all the material for the film tonight." Bai Hui smiled. "You can ask a few bodyguards to help move things, but I am the only one during the shooting. I can't let go when I'm here with you, when someone else is around." "You can't let go? Then how did you do it in front of so many people at the comic exhibition?" Lu Chang'an expressed doubts. Bai Hui rolled her eyes at him, and then went to call someone to help move things. Lu Chang'an smiled and picked up the photographic equipment. Bai Hui still chose a certain brand of full-frame mirrorless cameras that releases new products on August 6 and 9 every year. "Shoot. A big chapter with 10,000 words, please vote for me. Thanks to the boss Invisible Boy for generously rewarding the starting point of 110,000 points. I wish the boss immortality and immortality. Thank you for the big chapter tomorrow. In addition, if there is a reward from the boss, you can log in to the Kidian Chinese website on your mobile phone or computer to recharge. After recharging, you can log in to your Kidian account on the app to reward. Even the author who is very happy can also receive the Kidian coins. For the Kidian coins that are directly recharged using the iOS client, the author basically cannot get the money. Wow! I recommend the book Rebirth, Begins from Heartbeat by a book friend turned author. Looking at the name, you have to support it, right?